Okay. Looks like I got a notification that it has been set up.
It looks like it worked to me.
Okay. Well, now we will really head to lunch and spread the link far and wide.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, we are back. I hope everybody had a chance to enjoy lunch. So the next thing we'll do, is we're very excited to be able to do this. We have Dr. Wendell Sander joining us, who is the lead designer of the Apple III, Apple Employee number 16. He has a pre-recorded video that we're going to play here now, and then after that, he will be joining us and interviewed by Dave Ottolini, sort of recapturing an interview that happened, I don't know how many years ago, 1987 or something. Okay, so without further ado, let me bring on
The Apple III project was started in early 1979. At this time, the Lisa project was already underway and had been for a number of months. One of the primary motivations of doing the Apple III was our concerns with FCC Part 15. At that time, FCC Part 15 was applied to games, typically the Atari games, for example, and the radiation specifications were very tight, and the concern was that these same specifications would be applied to the Apple II as a PC, and there was a concern that it would be very difficult to meet those specifications without development of an entirely new sealed up case to do that. So that was one of the motivations. The other was just a concern that Apple needs to come out with a new product, that maybe the Apple II is getting stale. Obviously, that certainly did not prove to be true. But it was also intended that while they were building it, it might as well make it more business oriented. And this became Project Sarah, which was named after my daughter. The initial hardware engineers were myself and Dan Kotke. Dan did all of the lab work for this, and the software development, SOS software, Sarah operating system it was called at the time, was Dick Houston, Bob Etheridge, and Tom Root. A little later on in hardware, Walt Brodner and John McDougall came on board. The layout work was done by Colette Askeland, who later did the Macintosh layout. The industrial design was Dean Covey and David Kelly, obviously with input from Steve, and with Rod Holt providing input for the EMI, since he had done that kind of work at Atari before. The product was announced in May of 1980, just 18 months after the initiation of the project. It was announced at a computer conference in Anaheim, complete with demonstrations of the hardware and the software, which was very fast. Delivery started then in November of 1980. There was really just not enough time given for testing. There seemed to be a lot of pressure to get this into the marketplace as quickly as possible. So this then led to, of course, some of the later issues we saw on the system. The operating system development was really very fast. That was an excellent timeline. The main hardware features were lowercase, since the Apple II did not have lowercase, 80-column capability. It had outputs capable of generating RGB outputs and interfacing with RGB type of monitors. And it had later the ability optionally to interlace the display. There was also, of course, the expanded memory, allowing memory size up to 256K with 18-bit zero-page addressing, which was achieved by monitoring the opcodes of the 6502 and providing additional bits on zero-page references. It had a built-in serial board card, or built-in serial port, had a slow scroll kind of thing, which was, I'm not sure it was ever very useful, but I'd been fascinated by seeing some displays on other machines where they slowly scroll the text up, and that was the source of that feature. It had a DMA capability, a special kind of DMA capability that permitted 256-byte block transfers between peripherals and the main memory board at a rate of 1 byte per clock cycle, so that it would move 256 bytes in 256 clocks. And of course, it had a lot of EMI shielding. The deficiencies were, in my opinion, the crippled Apple II mode. The idea was that the people were concerned that the people would not adopt the new operating system if it had too good of an Apple II mode, which was, turns out, I think, to have been a very bad idea. There were, of course, a couple of well-known hardware problems. One of them is not quite so public. Was that we had designed in a national MOS clock chip, which was pulled by National Semiconductor literally days before the release of the product for reliability issues. In those days, MOS chips often had contamination problems, which caused them to be unreliable, and their analysis teams determined that the process being used for this clock chip was inherently unreliable, and they had to cancel all the chips on that line. Of course, the other one, well known as the unreliable, was the intermittent failures, which was caused by an unreliable memory board connector. The memory board was writing inside the enclosure on these posts, Molex posts, and the Molex connectors we used were a single wipe without enough pressure. And the problem was that the oxide could build up in the contacts. There was enough current flow to create contact failure on those. And of course, the easy way to re-wipe the connectors was to jolt the board, which would cause the memory board, which was a pretty good sized mass, to move on the posts and create a new wipe and fix the problem. George Adams found a connector intended for the appliance market, which fit exactly into the same outlines and provided a double wipe with heavy force, which was absolutely requireable. We had I think about 40 to 50 systems running in a room, which were running continuously to try to determine what was going on. And they would, of course, intermittently fail. And as soon as we replaced the memory boards, they all became totally reliable. So that was clearly the problem. It was not had anything to do with the sockets. There were not dual inline packages crawling out of their sockets. There was really not a whole overheating problem. Nothing ever changed when in the later versions of these boards, and then nothing had been changed about the system at all. What Apple did is they did a hardware correction to fix this problem and replaced the 14,000 logic boards that had already been shipped. And they were replaced with 5-volt memory boards with reliable connectors. The main logic board had too many jumper wires on it, which itself was not a reliability problem unless they were handled. They were subject to damage and handling, and it was considered to be too much of a risk. At the time of the replacement, in addition to the 5-volt memory boards, we provided an ability to put a switch in for interlace. To my knowledge, to be very honest, I have not seen, since the replacement, I have not seen an original board. I had one for a while, but unfortunately I didn't hang on to it. I really should have. And I really have never even seen a photograph of one of the original boards. If someone has one, I'd be interested in knowing. I think Apple really learned a message out of this, that take a little more time and make sure that you got some reliability testing done in this. And that was really the takeaway. And so that was really the end of my experience with the Apple III project. Although later on, a few years later, I helped On3 approached me about doing a 512K modification. And so I worked with them on the 512K board, and which required some rewiring on the main logic board and replacement of at least one or two of the proms. The Apple III had used proms for random logic as opposed to PALs, which may have been able to do the same thing for many of the functions, but PALs were just coming onto the market and were really not available in a practical sense to use in the Apple III. And that was one thing that was made life easier on the Macintosh, was the availability of the PAL. And that's really my story on the Apple III. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. So I'm going to try to bring everybody on screen here. I guess, I don't know if I'm on screen, but I'm not necessary.
I can see you fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Okay, I think I'm here.
Wonderful. So yeah, I think I will just let you go. So Dave Ottolini is going to run the discussion, and we'll talk with him tomorrow more about his own work.
Fantastic. Well, Dr. Sander, I can't tell you how wonderful it is to see you and to hear you after all these years. I don't know if you remember me, but back in when you were at the engineering department, I came and visited you and we did an interview, and there's that famous picture of you with the Apple III that seems to get splashed all around the place. But it's such a pleasure to see you and talk to you today. So thank you so much for making time here with KansasFest and this special emphasis or focus on the Apple III. And so I'm just gonna, I'll start off asking a few questions. If other folks have questions, they can put that in the chat box, and we'll pass those along as well, if that's okay with you, sir.
Yeah.
And
I would start out by saying and my memory is not what it used to be. So
I can't understand that
disclaimer right up front.
You're fine. After hearing your presentation, I think you're doing just fine. But I guess so. You were Apple employee number 16. Did Steve approach you to work on the Apple III, the Sarah project, or how did you first know that you were going to be involved with that?
Well, it was really it was kind of funny. Then they were thinking about doing the project. There were a couple of people I think they were thinking about, but I'd been involved in, of course, in the Apple II conversion to Rev 1. And had worked on a lot of the early Apple II peripheral boards too. And I'd been involved in almost all of the really early ones. And I'd actually, and so I did. It was really Mike Scott who approached me and they asked me to be the lead on it. So it was more. I was Markla and Scott and Steve, of course, was involved some then. But at that time, Markla and Scott did a little more of the management. Also, our Tom Whitney was our VP of engineering at that time too. And I mean, I'd gone to college with him. He and I were classmates in graduate school.
Gotcha. How much of a marching orders or even oversight did Steve provide as you started working on that project?
Really not much. Primarily, it was around, as you would expect, the styling. as the physical styling of the case and that the appearance. But in terms of content, Steve had a tendency to always be interested in the next project. And to him, the Apple II and Apple III were the old technology. So he was more interested in the new technology, meaning at that time, Lisa, because Lisa was active before even the Apple III. And he was heavily involved in the details of that project, but then pulled off and really did the Macintosh. But so I would say his input was very, very small in terms of anything to do with the functionality of the Apple III.
But he didn't make the determination that it shouldn't have full Apple II capability.
No, that was not him at all. That I think was a combination of marketing, and one of the people on the operating system, on Tom Root, tended to have very strong feelings that he was very worried that it was going to cause a problem, that the new operating system may not become adopted if the old one was too good.
That's
remember this, nobody had made a transition of generations, so nobody quite had an understanding of how legacy software worked.
Right. Was there a thought given to separating out the keyboard from the main CPU, or did you just follow through with, because the Apple II obviously was an all-in-one with the keyboard?
Well, it is better for EMI to have it together because you could box it all up. That was the motivator, to be very honest.
I mean, it was interesting to me that from my understanding, was that the case itself was, I guess it was because of the EMI problems, but you actually had to manufacture it in at a facility that made engine blocks and that kind of thing.
I don't remember, but I believe it. It was a major aluminum casting. It was cast aluminum is what it was.
Oh.
It turned out that the actual EMI standards required for PCs was made less stringent than we were concerned about. They loosened it up for the purpose of the PCs versus the games at that time. And actually, we had people who were working with the FCC to help try to develop those standards. So that was the FCC was in contact with the PC community and that work.
Interesting. Were you involved at all with when they decided to move on to the Apple III Plus? Were you involved in that at all?
No, I was not. I was. In the early 1980s, I really went into more of a consulting mode. I did do some work on the 2GS in terms of I worked with what's his name in Phoenix. My mind slips, but the developer of the 65816. I was involved with him, and we did work together some on development of that.
One of the questions that fits in with what we're talking about is, was there any CAD or chips design software available at the time? Could you give us an overview of the design and build process?
Of the chips themselves? I
guess the chips, or even the CPU, whatever.
Well, the
motherboard.
The 650, the Apple III did not have any custom chips as such in it, of course. The IIe was the first system that really had custom chips. The III, as I mentioned, we used a lot of PROMs and ROMs because that was one way to get a more effective logic and less space. But PALs would have been a lot better if we'd have had them. Other than that, it was really the 6502 was the same 6502. To do some of the memory extensions, all I did was they have Yeah, 6502 has a signal called a sync that comes out on every time an opcode is fetched. So you would be able, since you could do that, then you could capture the opcode being fetched and determine, and I was able to detect the 0-page references, and that allowed me then to essentially expand the 0-page memory so that all memory fetches to 0 pages could be expanded out. You could have gone another 8 bits actually.
The Sarah operating system, I guess later called sophisticated operating
Yes.
system.
Yeah, right.
You weren't involved in the writing of that.
No, I was not. By that point, I was really purely in hardware. Now, in the Apple II days, I on the peripherals, I did a lot of I actually did quite a bit of the software for the peripherals themselves, so in fact the serial card, not the serial card, but the COM card software. Andy Hertzfeld once said that was the tightest code he ever saw. So that was my code in there. But after that, I kind of got away from it. I never was great at the operating system software kind of stuff, and so I that I wasn't familiar with.
I know when we talk about the operating system and it's Apple took SOS and turned it into ProDOS.
Yes, that was Dick Houston.
But it seems to me too that there was some discussion about how the impact of SOS and ProDOS had even on the Mac OS, just because of the hierarchical file system and all of that stuff, how they really helped lay the foundation for the newer OSs that the Mac used when it first came out.
Yeah, but it's interesting that really that was much of that was Dick Houston's work. And Dick was an interesting guy. He was sort of a self-taught. He was not a computer science major. He was a self-taught amateur, basically.
Really, wow.
Really good.
Wow. One of our folks that listening today said that they recently got a 3 and they fired it up and then it started right up, and which is a testament to the resilience and the quality of the 3+ design, I'm sure. But I know that whenever we worked on 3s, it wasn't the 5-inch drop was one thing, but first thing we always did was when we opened it up was we always took our thumb and pushed down every single chip, and you could hear those things go crackle, crackle, crackle.
But those same sockets were in use on every Apple II at the time too. They didn't need to be dropped. It's kind of interesting, but the Apple IIIs, once we fixed that problem, because it kind of went the other way, they were extremely reliable. And actually at Apple III was very quickly became the dominant computer in use in Apple for about 7 or 8 years.
Wow.
It wasn't until the Macintosh got to the stages where they had peripheral boards and things like that, got to the Mac II level and later that they started phasing out the Apple III for usage inside. I mean, so it was used extensively inside Apple for many years.
One of the questions is, at least in the Apple II mode, why it only output was black and white versus the RGB. Was that by design or you remember?
I'm not sure actually why the RGB didn't. I did make an improvement in the NTSC version. I improved the old color bars on the Apple II tend to have pretty big gaps in them when you try to make them. And the Apple III, an interesting thing to do is to take an old Apple II color bars program and run it on an Apple II and an Apple III, and you'll see a significant improvement. Not that anybody ever noticed, but you will.
When the 3 came out, it was pretty expensive. I mean, comparative, to, although I think Paul or somebody said that the Apple III that you would purchase the price was about the same as an Apple II if you bought all the peripherals and everything else.
Yeah.
But any thoughts about why the 3 couldn't compete with the PC, the IBM PC?
Well, I think the IBM PC had the huge advantage that as the business computer, that is, if you were in the business side of things, there was always this feeling that IBM always won because the guy, the purchase manager who buys a new computer, if it's not an IBM, it would say, well, it's not an IBM. But if they bought an IBM, they said, well, you did the best you could. And there was actually a really, really strong bias toward IBM in the business community. And they just didn't believe a PC existed until IBM had one.
Because I don't think that, the Microsoft operating system was not all that good, really.
Yeah, well, it wasn't, but I think that, like I say, the reason was that IBM, that the business community, the business was aimed in the direction that they really were waiting for IBM to make a PC, and that's what they were going to adopt. It was just that they just had such a hold on the market. So what's ironic now is IBM no longer makes PCs, of course. Yeah. So who won?
Well, and Microsoft uses Macs, right? I mean, didn't they? So that's, how crazy is that? One of our viewers is asking about Woz. Was Steve Wozniak involved at all with the 3?
Well, not directly, no. He was aware of what was going on, and we talked about it. But Woz had been kind of got out of after the disk drive, which was his last major contribution to the industry. I mean, that was significant. After that, he got distracted because he was pretty well off and everything. But the other thing is, I think he just got distracted. He was the type of person who, and he showed it on the disk drive, who could do these just insanely complicated things and focus. But he had to totally focus to make that work, and that's why they worked, is because he just got lost in it totally. Nothing else mattered. He's just really was a great engineer that way. And after that, he just never got anything that he focused that much on that I saw at Apple anyway. And he had gone off and was starting other things and getting diverted, getting sidetracked. Right. To be very honest.
Was there any specific things that you wanted to implement into the 3 that was turned down because of time or cost issues?
I can't think of anything, and quite honestly, I don't think I ever proposed anything else. I had pretty free reign on that. I was able to put in almost any idea I wanted to, and I tried a few that were kind of, in retrospect, kind of oddball, but I put them in because I thought they were a good idea.
Well, I mean, the thing is that at that time, I mean, I don't think there was anything that you could, oddball ideas were good because I think at that point, because I mean, who knew? We didn't.
Yeah, that's
trailblazers.
What was going to click?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people. I mean, computers were still expensive enough that not every, you didn't have one in every home, and not even in every school necessarily at that point in time. Um, could you tell us a little bit, once after you left Apple, you went to a company called the engineering department, if I remember
Yes.
right?
Yes,
And-
there were, yeah.
And can you tell us a little bit about some of the projects and things that you worked on there?
Well, we did the PC transporter design that was sold by Applied Engineering. We designed that. That was done, and we sort of sold that to them on a contractual basis.
Uh-huh.
Of course that company included Dick Houston and Cliff Houston and Bob Lashley all had, and myself were the company primarily. But I think actually one of the most interesting projects we did was we actually designed for Apple. I had done the original prototype of the language card back in the beginning, and there's a story to that. I did that. They were working on doing a language card kind of thing, and Bill Adkison was working on trying to do the development, and so he was trying to develop these other languages, and he was using EPROMs, and he was continually having to reburn EPROMs, and I wanted to get a copy of his software, so I thought about it, and I said, well, I don't want to pay for all those EPROMs. I'm just going to use RAM, so I made the RAM card. And I took it in and I showed it to him, to Bill, and he took one look at it and says, "Oh, I need that." And he grabbed my he grabbed the board, and I never saw it again. So, but that was the beginning of the RAM card. But what was interesting was, and so then Bob Paratori took it and finished it off, did the final work on it. But what is interesting, when I was at the engineering department, they came back to us, and after they had the II they were selling IIs to schools, and they had trade-in programs, so you could trade in the old Apple II for IIs as a part of your down payment, right? So they ended up with all of these old Apple IIs, and what they wanted to do was decided they were going to donate these to third world countries as computers to spread computing in other countries, and you make them apples,
Sure.
So they were going to do that, but what they needed a disk drive to go with it, of course, but they needed a language card. So they needed language cards, and at the time, 16K DRAMs were getting too expensive. So they came to us and had us design a RAM card, a real RAM card. Didn't have a how to start ROM or anything on it. They just needed the memory. So, but it was an SRAM card. So it was static RAM, just a small card that you plugged in, and it was a language card. And we made maybe as much as 1,000 of those for Apple. But what was interesting was they had an Apple computer label on them and a engineering department label on them. So first of all, it's probably one of the rarest Apple II cards with an Apple label that you'll ever find, because where are you going to find one? The other thing interesting about it is I don't know of any other case where they put the manufacturer's label on the same card with the Apple logo. So that was interesting.
That was interesting. And I guess the software was able to be.
The software didn't matter. It responded just like a language card. It was a copy of the language card. So you just plug it in and it worked.
Somebody's asking, we'll go take a step back here, about how did you get hired by Apple? How old were you at the time? And I know you went to college because you mentioned that, but what previous experience did you have before you ended up at Apple?
Well, I was at, I got a bachelor's degree in 1956 in electrical engineering. I worked in Southern California for 4 years in the aerospace industry. Then I went back to graduate school and I got a PhD in 1963. And I joined Fairchild Research and Development Labs in Palo Alto in 1964, and I worked there. I did a lot of the development on I did memory chip design. I did some of the first practical memory chips that were available, and did some work on early large-scale integration. And I was there for 13 years. So I was at Fairchild R&D Labs for 13 years, and I ended up as I was a department head there, working for Jim Early, and developing a bipolar DRAM. So we were developing a bipolar DRAM. I had a department with my own process line and everything there. And actually, Gil Emilio was one of the other department heads there. Interesting.
Oh, is that right? Oh, wow. Okay.
And
Interesting.
so I was a department head, and we had these DRAMs that I would develop, and I wanted to see them operate in a real computer. So I was looking at the byte shops, and they had an Apple I that used DRAMs, and I knew my DRAMs were close enough. I knew I could make them work. So I bought an Apple I and put 16K or I guess it'd be 4 rows. I put 4 rows of those of 4K DRAMs of mine, of bipolar, on the Apple I, and you was using it, and I had 4 teenage boys at that time at home, so I was writing games, obviously. So I had written a Star Trek game, adapted one for it, and Steve Jobs heard about it, and he wanted to see a demo. So I gave him my son and I took it over and demoed it to Steve Jobs, and that's how. Because I'd met Steve, because if you bought an Apple I, you got the software updates from Steve. Because, I mean, when I first got the Apple I, the basic didn't even have an input statement in it yet. So,
well, they were making those in their garage, right? Were they still manufacturing them there?
Yeah, but they were. Well, they had developed them and made them, and then they had this deal with Paul Terrell, who came in and says, "Well, I'd like to sell some of those. I'd like to get some to sell." And they'd sell them 50 of them, and they said, "But I need them assembled." So that's when they got into business making things, and they built 50 of them for the byte shops. And I bought one from a byte shop in San Jose.
Gotcha.
So
one of the other questions, and it's a good one, is the ongoing hatred, I guess, by Steve Jobs of fans in computers. Did he direct that there would be no fan in there, or was there just?
Well, he didn't want a fan in there, that's for sure. And fortunately, the massive structure, that massive cast iron block, was a really good heat sink and transferred heat out of it very nicely. But it weighed a ton, but it worked.
It did work. There was actually if I remember correct, there was a third party who actually did come out with a fan that you would kind of screw into the back of those fins, in the back.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
And you could use it for that. But I mean, I had a 3 for many, many years, and I never had a heat problem with it at all. It was not the problem, with it.
Yeah, it wasn't a real problem. Yeah, they made fans for the Apple II too, of course. You could get those and bolt them in.
But were you surprised? I mean, Apple decided to discontinue the 3 in in 83, I guess, early 83, just a few months after the Plus came out. But I mean, somebody had alluded to the fact that maybe it was an EMI issue, but I just don't think that it was.
No, it was strictly economics. Well, I think that the II coming out was it was clear that was a sales winner, and so the volume wasn't there, and they felt they'd be better off focusing on they had a little bit of a problem with proliferation of too many projects at times too, and so they they wanted to cut back projects, and that was one that they felt that wasn't paying its way, and that they could do better by focusing those engineers on other projects.
I mean,
So
those are issues that they had later on, and I mean, in the later on too. So I mean,
they sure
they
did.
didn't learn their lesson, did they?
Yeah, it didn't. Oh,
Crazy. I had a 3, well, into the early 90s, I think I used it until I finally switched. I mean, I ended up going, I had a 2GS, and then finally the Mac. But when I bought my first 3 in 83, right at the point where it was being discontinued, but the Mac was out at that point. And I tell people, when I went into the computer store in Washington, D.C. to buy one, and I could buy an Apple III or like a Mac SE, maybe even earlier one than that, for the same price, And I bought the 3 because that's what I had learned on to start with. But I got so much use out of it, and I wonder if you were surprised at, we called it the machine that would not die. It just.
And quite honestly, they had the same experience at Apple until they got to the little higher end Macs. There was I think I was in their company store. It was well into the late 80s, and they were still running the company store on an Apple III. Now I don't know. so they those things, there are a lot of people. It was a long time before, because it was, if you get an Apple III and a Cume printer, you were in really pretty good business.
Well, it was dependable, right? And the software, because VisiCalc and you could you could network it, it was not cheap to do that, but you could do that. And but it was once they moved to the Apple III Plus and had fixed some of those small issues, the issues, the machine would just work, it just worked.
Yeah, and quite honestly, once they did the board replacement and got those replacements out there just were not any reliability problems left. The 3 Plus, the big advantage was they were able to get the board shrunk down and clean it up a little bit. But fundamentally, there were not many circuit changes to it, or if any. It was just virtually the same machine. It just was a lot cleaner inside.
I'll finish because we're time is running out here, but
okay,
if that's all right with you.
That's fine with me.
Have you been surprised though, at just the longevity of it, and how, we'll hear from Bob Consorti a little bit later, but this community of the 3 is pretty amazing, and just there's these newer folks who have come in, the new hobbyists who have designed all kinds of things like the CF card, and there's some other things that we would never have imagined. But did that surprise you?
Yeah, it does surprise me, because there were not as many of them built. It was a little bit more of a niche kind of computer, but it seems very popular. I mean, I have people who want me to sign their computer, and so I've done a few of those, and that kind of surprises me.
Well, I want to thank you so much for making the time, and it's such an honor to talk with you again.
Well, it was nice to talk with you again too.
And good luck to you, sir. And I'm going to turn it back over to Paul.
Okay.
Yes, we would echo that sentiment. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. So now we are moving on to the next talk. This is Tom Charlesworth talking about copy protection via the Game IO port.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tom Charlesworth, and I'm going to talk today about copy protection dongles for the Apple II. Most Apple II commercial software, for example games and productivity software, had disk-based copy protection. Early parameterless copy programs, like nibble copiers, could make a copy of this software without defeating the protection. So in the copy protection arms race, some expensive software was shipped with a hardware protection dongle, or protection key, meaning that the copy was useless without this dongle. The hardware dongle would have to be inserted into the internal game I/O port to allow the software to run. Let me quickly introduce the port, then cover some dongle variants I've found. Here's the schematic of the game I/O port. It has a collection of inputs, both digital and analog, and digital outputs. This port exists on all Apple II models except for the IIc. By the way, did any commercial products use the strobe output, as it was replaced with the pull-up on the 2GS? So the idea is that the hardware dongle plugs into this port, and then some combination of outputs are done, and the resulting inputs are tested to confirm that the dongle is present, and therefore the hardware protection check passes and the software is allowed to run. First, let's cover an exception. Some products required extra hardware for them to function. In effect, this extra hardware is like a hardware dongle, as without the hardware the software is useless. Shown here is an example of Broadband's Science Toolkit, which has hardware probes for temperature and light. The software can easily be copied, but without the accompanying hardware interface box, it's useless. Okay, so let's start by looking at the dongles. Note, I've ordered the hardware dongles chronologically, and you'll see that their complexity increases over time. This first one is very simple. As far as I can tell, all it does is pull switch 1 low, without touching switches 0 and 2, which just float high for the Apple II and II Plus. Note the quirks for the IIe. So clearly this dongle was developed prior to the IIe. In newer versions, for example the DOS 3.3 version and Compiler Plus version, it looks like they dropped this dongle, perhaps because of these Apple IIe quirks. On the Apple II and II Plus, with the game I/O port empty, then all switches float high. And with a 2-button game controller attached, switches 0 and 1 will be pulled low, and switch 2 will float high. So I guess you could mimic this dongle by attaching a game controller and pressing switch 0 so it goes high, and leave switch 1 so it goes low. Note, this software is not preserved, meaning that I don't have access to this DOS 3.2 version. So I haven't been able to check that there isn't more logic to this dongle. If anyone finds this DOS 3.2 version, then please let me know. Another basic compiler from the same year as the previous Hayden one. The logic here is to enable the dongle via enunciator output 0. Then the 4 combinations of outputs 1 and 2 can be checked by reading switch 2. Note the innovation of allowing the 16-pin game controller to be plugged into the top of the dongle, so that you don't need to be constantly having to unplug the dongle if you want to use the Apple II for gaming using the paddles or joystick. This is a niche bit of software from the UK, Dynatex Code Writer. It allows you to write a highly configurable billing or invoice system for small businesses. It then generates the basic code and creates turnkey disks for your company outlets. From a bit of Googling, by 1984 they were the Code Writer Corporation. Then it looks like they were acquired by the US company Cortex Corp and went on to do FileWriter and Adventure Writer, or the Quill as it was called in the UK. The dongle is more complicated than the previous NAND gate logic. A linear feedback shift register, so 7 bits in this case, is, as the name implies, a shift register where the bits are fed back into the start. The protection checks clocks the register 50 times and then checks that all 50 bits match the expected values. Finally, this CAD software from Robocom, another UK company. This is the UK version of the hardware with its funky 3-axis bitstick joystick. The protection dongle, or interface module, is a pass-through dongle which connects to the 16-pin bitstick connector. In fact, there are 3 types of protection dongle for Robo 500, 1000 and 1500 respectively. And here's the US equivalent, which was rebranded as RoboCAD, with a higher quality joystick including a rotary dial for the 3rd axis. The dongle's logic uses output 0, 1 and 2 to select 8 combinations. These select different fixed values for the analog paddle 3 input. Note, I have only reverse engineered the Robocom software, so I assume that the paddle 3 values are fixed. The software actually checks that the paddle 3 value is in a small range, so perhaps it isn't fixed and instead varies a tiny bit. Note also that the 3-axis joystick is needed to use the software, so arguably it's overkill to include a dongle for protection, i.e. just like the Broadband Science Toolkit. And also, there is software protection on the disk, so Robocom went to great lengths to protect this product. Let me summarise the logic used by these 4 hardware protection dongles. Note, not only can Annunciator 3 affect RGB cards, but also it controls double high-res video on the Apple IIe and later models. By using a modern software emulator, then it's fairly simple to reverse engineer these hardware dongles. Let me go through the steps I took for CodeWriter. I copied the real unprotected disks to Windows. I used Apple Win's debugger to set breakpoints. Note, the BPM command, which is breakpoint on memory or data breakpoint, I made this span a wider range because the Apple II decode of some I/O is repeated within the range, and perhaps the protection check could be sneaky and use alternative addresses, although it never did. Next, boot the disk and run past the ROM code. The protection check code for CodeWriter is heavily obfuscated, but using data breakpoints cuts through all of that. And here's a view from the Apple Win debugger. First, showing memory or data breakpoints set on the game I/O port. And in the bottom left, it hitting the first access to Annunciator 2. And here, showing after a number of breakpoints, after the read from switch 2 at address C063. Once I understood the I/O pattern, I could recreate this using a basic program. We noticed that the bits repeated after 127 iterations, and this 2 to the n-1 property suggested it could be a linear feedback shift register, which it turned out to be. Note the screenshot is running in the emulator, so after the dongle had been implemented. Originally it was run on real hardware. The screenshot shows the basic code where it reads the dongle 127 times twice. Here you can see the repeat bit pattern after 127 iterations. Okay, so in summary, hardware protection dongles are a waste of effort. Just like with software disk protection, hackers would quickly defeat and patch the software to remove the protection check. The key point here is about software preservation. If we have pristine WAS images, then they won't run unless the hardware dongle is also supported by emulators. This is what I've done for the above dongles in Apple Win. Finally, I'm keen to learn about and support any other protection dongles, so please share information about any you may have or know about. And by the way, I'm still seeking the Hayden DOS 3.2 AppleSoft compiler. So let me wrap this up by thanking those who have contributed to this research: Matthew, John, Hugh and Antoine. I've also included links to the Applewin GitHub issues for the above dongles. Thanks for listening.
Okay, great. Thank you. Tom is here live if you have questions. Tom, I think you could see the Discord channel, right? So you
yeah.
have some questions already in front of you.
I can see the Discord. Yeah, pulling out any questions. Can you point me at some, Paul?
Oh, I haven't actually entirely followed along with it. Let's see. Yeah, so let's see. It looks like Eric asked whether maybe a resistor network was used to simulate paddle 3. I guess this was on the Science Toolkit dongle.
It was, yeah, I think that's actually for the bit stick, the Robocom, RoboCAD, where it returns a fixed or a paddle value that's between certain ranges. So perhaps it does. I mean, I've not considered how the actual implementation was done in Logic. Purely just stepping through the code, reverse engineering it, and then implementing what the output should actually be via an for the emulators sufficient or good enough for what I'm trying to do. But yeah, it would be interesting. I agree to drill down into the actual dongle and maybe not physically drill down, but to understand exactly what it's doing. So yeah, incredibly niche. I mean, I've only found these 4 protection dongles so far. So really, it's a call out to the community to see if anyone else has got any other protection dongles that they might have seen or heard of. Just because, as I'm sort of down there in this bit of code in the emulator, it'd be good just to get to the bottom of it all, really, in terms of identifying as many as we can at this stage.
Yeah. So Jesse asked if what piqued your interest to look into this, and I'm wondering if maybe that is it because you came across a dongle and wanted to do it, or did you seek out dongles after thinking about them?
So yeah, another user of Applewin and other emulators as well, Matthew, who I on the final slide I acknowledged, he had the basic compiler and dongle as well. So it was his pictures and screenshots and image that I used, and he stood up a pull request. So he added a patch to Applewin and then submitted it to me and said, "Oh, wouldn't it be cool to add this in?" And then if there were other dongles, then they'd each have to have their own unique sort of code path to support them. And I thought, great, absolutely, yeah, let's get it in. And at that point, then that triggered for me, well, what else is out there? And I had the Hayden randomly. I had the Hayden dongle, but not software from a machine that my father had. When he bought a second-hand machine, it just randomly came with this Hayden dongle in it, and he didn't know what it was, but he just kept it. So I was able to throw that into the mix. Not that it's particularly sort of sophisticated, but that was the path really that led on to it. So sort of as an emulator author, you pull on these threads and you sort of go down sort of these mini rabbit holes in terms of exploring these things. So far, yeah, I've found 4 of these things. So I'd imagine there's a handful or more others out there. So again, if anyone heard of anything or knows of any of these, or maybe got them lying around, then we can probe them, we can exercise them from the Apple II, and try and reverse engineer them, even without the software. We can exercise the outputs and read the inputs to see what they're doing.
Yeah, that's very cool. I will definitely look around my office to see if I have any.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think we're basically at the end of the time slot. Thank you so much for showing up for the Q&A and for presenting your work.
No problem. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Yeah, so we're about to go into a break now. So a 15-minute break. I think we're going to, I have to clear this, forgot to clear this with Joe, but I think we're going to try to stick Chris Kohler's Q&A in after Joe Strosnyder's talk. There's a little space there right around what would be about what is it, 3 p.m. Kansas City time. But so let's take the 15-minute break, and we'll after that we'll come back with Joe Strosnyder's talk. Okay, I am going to, just so that we do not get behind schedule, we'll move on now to Joe Strosnyder, talking about the, what did he call this? The Apple III successful failure, and something about starting his 8-bit business, but it will be there right on the title when it starts. So on to Joe, and then after Joe, we'll have a Q&A with Joe for a bit, and then we'll be able to get Chris Kohler back for the Q&A for the digital Eclipse project. So, all right, here we go.
Successful failure, how Apple III kickstarted my 8-bit business. Hi, everybody. My name is Joe Strosnyder. I run a little thing on YouTube and other places called Joe's Computer Museum because, of course, I have an ego the size of Texas. I'm an 80s kid, and I love to play with old computers and share that love with the world. And, of course, my favorite old computer is the Apple II. But we're here to talk about the Apple III, so we'll get into that in a minute. I was born in 1980. Right at the beginning of all of this awesome technology, so I was bathed in it as a kid. And I've always been a geek, right? I love Star Trek. Who here loves Star Trek? Yes! Trekkies unite. Thank you, Scotty, for teaching me how to fix things with minimal resources and absolutely no time. I'm a self-taught computer dude. I'm into hardware, networking, Active Directory, PBX. I've done tons of different stuff. No formal training whatsoever. So the little joke at work is Joe's not allowed to touch Active Directory because it'll work, but we'll have no idea how he did it. That's kind of my thing. I dabble a little bit in YouTube. A lot of you probably have seen me there to begin with. Joe's Computer Museum on YouTube if you want to watch my old videos. I haven't done one in a while. It's been a while. And 8-bit computers are my passion, as is for a lot of us. And if you want proof, that's my license plate. So, right? I was surprised I was able to get that. I tried to get 65CO2, but that wasn't available for some reason, but whatever. So I went with that, I'm like, yeah. So a little bit of backstory, ever here as a beginning. My first experience with the 8-bit computers, it was the Apple II in elementary school, as a lot of us had, or maybe a little bit earlier than that. I loved the stupid thing. It's a great machine, Apple II forever. But I did not have my own computer growing up. We were a kind of, I don't want to say poor exactly. You know what? Like, I'm on vacation, leave me alone. My phone went off. I didn't have a computer growing up, so poor kid lived in a little farm out in the middle of nowhere. So I decided, I love this Apple II, and I'm going to pretend and make my own. So here's my Apple I computer, which is, it's a dresser, like a big mainframe, right? Or here's my Apple III, which is a little pencil case. And of course, what was my thought and logic behind this? The Apple I didn't know what these things were. I was like 4 years old, right? So I figured, well, the Apple I's got to be this big mainframe computer because it's before the Apple II. And then the Apple III's got to be smaller because it's faster and newer. But little did I know that was different. But I finally got my first Apple computer in 1994, after the Apple II was discontinued. I still have that computer. And who's with me? Most reliable computer we own? You plug it in, you turn it on, beep, and it's ready to go, right? Awesome. But then, I entered these dark ages. I got into the PC industry. Boo PC. But I did learn a lot of stuff, like all the stuff I was talking about before. And my Apple got packed away on the shelf while I was learning to do all the bad, nasty PC blasphemy. I was still collecting machines during this time. I picked up a Mac and some other stuff, but I was not happy because it was in a bad headspace. This is my collection around 2000, and from about 2000 to 2010, it sat there untouched like that. Growing up in the Midwest, you get lots of bullies when you're a nerd. You're not into football, and you're not into this and that and the other, and all that crap. And they mess with your brain, and they give you things like social anxiety and all that junk. And all of that came to a head during this period of time in my life. Until I had this renaissance where I'm like, I'm tired of being whatever that problem was. Do I seem happy? I am happy. Finally! I found love, got married in 2015. I fixed my brain, got rid of my social anxiety, got wonderful medication to fix that, got cognitive behavioral therapy to fix all that stuff, and I got back into my old computers in 2016, and I joined this awesome community with all of you, right? And then I became the new kid in town. I'm gonna hit the scene and I'm gonna kick butt, right? So I started YouTube with doing reviews, and that's why this is where it comes in and becomes important. I started collecting in earnest, but Macs, PCs, 8-bits, K-Pros, Commodore 64, Boo Commodore, Ataris, Boo Atari. And I looked at the Apple III at that time, and I'm like, no. Because we've all heard the rumors. They're unreliable, they're heat magnets. Wendell wonderfully just dispelled a lot of those rumors for us. Thank you, Wendell. But I decided I didn't want that. Around this time, I designed and built my own 8-bit single board computer, which any of you at 2019, you saw that. I brought that with me, called JCM-1 or JCM-1. 6-channel stereo audio, serial interface, keyboard interface, all that stuff, cool stuff. Got a whole video series on it if you want to take a look at that. And then I found a family. KansasFest 2019. You know who that family is? That's you guys. That's all of you. You guys are awesome. I love you. I met Javier, Chris, Britt, Sean, Paul, Ken, Kat, Sark, and a whole bunch of other people that I've missed your names, and if I missed your names, I apologize. I have this object permanence thing. Like I just, if it's not, it's like tennis ball. If it's not bright and yellow in front of me, I don't know. I don't remember. I was even on a podcast with Jason freaking Scott of archive.org. I mean, how cool is that? From this silly little, kid from the Midwest who's afraid to walk out his front door to being like just being this person and being around with all these cool people. It's super awesome. So here's where we start and how the Apple III, which is our important subject, got me kickstarted. Thanks to that, yeah, I'm pointing at you. Thanks to that, Britt Dodd, he traded me 2 broken Apple III computers for a couple of mid-1990s Macs that I wasn't using anymore. And one of these had a broken keyboard encoder. Now, as we know with the Apple III, where's the only place you can get one of those keyboard encoders? Another Apple III. And by God, I am not going to sacrifice and break one Apple III to fix another Apple III. Not going to do that. That's BS. So I decided that I'm going to reverse engineer that sucker. First, really in-depth mix of electronics and programming and all of that type of thing project I had ever done. And so I got out the data sheet, and I got out a logic probe, and I got out time, if you want to call that a resource. And I just dug in, and I got it. And the first real big project that got me started into electronics and selling stuff online and meeting a lot of cool people was this keyboard encoder. But I didn't stop there. Because what is this keyboard encoder chip? It's really just the same keyboard encoder that's in an Apple II, but just with a custom mask ROM. So I just reprogrammed the sucker, added a couple pins on it, and now we have a keyboard encoder that works in the Apple II, the IIe, the IIc, the IIc Plus, the 3, and the 3 Plus. Isn't that awesome? That's great. It doesn't work for the 2GS though. I'm sorry, Woz. I couldn't make that work yet. And so then I launched my website, JCM-1, not an advertisement, I'm just stating that, to offer them to the community. And then I start to get noticed for whatever reason. Because I was doing a lot of reviews of stuff like the floppy EMU was my first review back in 2016, and just some other bits and pieces that I was just looking at. And I'm like, this is a cool product. Let me tell people about it. And then I found the Blue SCSI. We all know what the Blue SCSI is, right? Little SCSI adapters for the Macs, and now it works on like Amigas and Boo Amiga and other stuff like that. And I found the Blue SCSI, and I did a review of the Blue SCSI, and for whatever reason, I don't know, the thumbnail was good. I don't know, YouTube decided, that's great, we're gonna make that popular. That video went viral in reference relative to me, like 16,000 views, compared to like the normal 500 I get, I don't know. And then Eric Helgeson, the project creator of Blue SCSI, noticed that. He noticed that, and he's like, Joe, we're selling too much, we don't have enough bandwidth. Do you want to sell that? You have a website, and you can do that. Do you want to come on board with the project and do that? I'm like, sure, let's do it. If it weren't for the Apple III and learning all of the stuff I learned about reverse engineering that, learning how to do surface level soldering of that little keyboard encoder, getting a, what's the thing called? Brain, restart, morning, not a morning person. Microscope, to be able to do surface, learning how to do drag soldering, learning how to do soldering with flux, hot air stations, and all of that stuff that I learned through the development of that keyboard encoder from the Apple III. I wouldn't have known anything about how to build blue SCSIs, to be able to put on the surface mount the SD card and be able to manufacture things at a real pace. I wouldn't have known any of that, right? And then when Eric came to me, I would have probably said, no, I'm sorry, I don't know how to do it. So it's all thanks to the Apple III, and of course to the Apple II, because the Apple III wouldn't exist without the Apple II, right? And so at that point, once all that came together, and I had a process for building these systems, building keyboard encoders, and building blue SCSIs, and having things organized, and things on shelves, and like, it is systematized. This goes into that, and then goes into that, and then goes into that. I decided now the Apple III needs love. I'm not stopping at the keyboard encoders. Because we all know that, in theory, the Apple III is unreliable, as we know. But there are a lot of, as Wendell said, there's a lot of custom ROMs in this thing that are these tiny little bipolar ROMs that they're basically unobtainium. They're these little weird 4-bit ROMs, right? And so what happens if those ROMs fail? You've got to cobble together some sort of solution, try to find an original ROM, try to find a parallel programmer that programs at 25 volts to try to program these silly little things. They don't fail often, but if they do, you've got another dead Apple III that you can't get working. So I dedicated to reverse engineering those ROMs, creating an adapter board for them so you can replace all the bipolar ROMs. And then while I was doing that, I'm like, there's this RGB video port on the back of the Apple III, right? What, how, what, where, why, who? Why is there no solution for this? And I'm like, well, why don't we just wire this up with a ROM and make it connectable to an average CGA monitor that you can find literally for $5 on eBay. I mean, $1,000 shipping because people are crazy. But you can find it, or you can go to a swap meet or something and get this digital monitor that is effectively digital, just like the Apple III, and you can convert it and get it close and just have good color video for the Apple III that a lot of us have never seen before. Let's do that. And then I learned, oh wait, that port's got NTSC video on it, so let's just connect that up. And then have we all seen it's in one of the Apple III manuals, there's schematics for an analog RGB for the Apple III. So let's wire that all together in one big thing and set that up. And then I did that. And then the soft card that is impossible, well, relatively impossible to find, reverse engineered and cloned that. The Titan 3+2 set. Talked to Rob Justice just before I came out here. Have you heard of the SOS HD boot? That now you can boot your Apple III directly to internal solid state. I'm like, hey, can I make that so people can have it? And he's like, sure. And so now I do that. And so now the Apple III has replacement parts and upgrades and all of this stuff. And the whole focus is to try to get it to where we can use this computer. This awesome machine that has full color video, has the interlace mode, it's got like, what's the term I'm looking for? Wavetable synthesis audio that you can do. We've run the confidence disc, right? It was like, I'm okay, system normal. Well, why don't we build some games that can do that? That would be great. Let's do that. But we got to have reliable machines that are easy to use to do that. So I've kind of built all these pieces so that people don't have to worry about these dying machines, these fragile keyboard encoders. Oh, what happens with this, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So that is kind of what I focused on. The moral of Joe's story, though, is to keep going, and it gets better. If I hadn't have found this community, I wouldn't have had the, what do you want to call it, the motivation from people who accepted my nerdness for what it is, and my weird, some people have said, nose candy kind of levels of excitement. to keep going. And finally, never be afraid to break stuff. Do you have any idea how many keyboard encoder, what's the term, my prototypes I've destroyed trying to get it to work? Too many. Solder bridges suck. But you'll never know where the journey to fix and make something work and keep working will take you. So just keep going. Keep swimming. Is that what Dory says? Just keep swimming? That's it. That's my thing. That's my thing. If you want to find me, because I'm awesome, of course, and have an ego the size of Texas, you can go to jcm-1.com and find stuff. You can follow me on YouTube or Patreon. You can find me on Twitter, Mastodon, Blue Sky, and also Threads and Instagram and a whole bunch of different places if you want to reach out, talk to me. I am super open, extremely gregarious, and also obviously obsequious, and will do what I can to help you out, answer questions, and do stuff for you in the community, my family, our K-Festers, our Apple II enthusiasts, and hopefully after this K-Fest, Apple III enthusiasts. That's it. Questions, comments, thoughts, rants, raves.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Joe. So as sort of predicted ahead of time, we're going to do a little switch here and get Chris Kohler's digital Eclipse Q&A in quickly while he's still got a chance to join us, and then we'll go back to Joe to have questions about his presentation. So is that all right? Hopefully that's all right with the people who I'm about to bring on screen. Okay, so Chris, are you available?
Hello, so I am here. I am Chris Kohler and I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great.
I think your
Do you
camera's
want me
off.
to start video? Yeah, I don't think I have the, oh, no, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Great. Okay, perfect. So yes, thanks everybody for listening to my panel earlier in the day. I'm here now for the live question and answer session. So if anybody has any questions about what you heard, if you actually missed the panel and aren't sure who I am or why I'm here, that could be also a question, but go ahead.
Okay, so there are oops, am I audible? Okay, yeah. So there are some questions that people put in the Discord channel.
Okay, great.
Maybe I can just sort of work backwards with the ones I can see here.
Sounds good.
Well, so one of them is, will the recovered Apple II disk images be made available somehow as part of this project?
I believe they already should be available. A lot of the stuff that was recovered may actually be on the Internet Archive, but if there's anything that is that for some reason wasn't made available and we can, like through Internet Archive, I mean, that's something that Jordan and the Internet Archive can work out themselves, but we'd be happy to help facilitate that. Yeah.
Great. And alongside that question was a question of, is there a chance of a Mac release?
I never say never, but it's not really in the cards right now.
All right, let's see. Just trying to skim through the questions here. Lots of positive praise though, and people talking about how hard they were hitting the wish list button.
Awesome. That's so great. I mean, really, thanks to everybody for watching. And this is something that we were really excited to bring this to KansasFest, to the Apple II community, because, we'd hope this is something that everybody would be particularly excited about here. We're excited about getting, not only this, but just in the future, what this means for being able to resurface Apple II classics and things like that, and to do it in a way that doesn't just sort of take it and just plunk it down on a store and say, here, go buy it, but really illustrates why these games were so interesting.
There was Ken asked if there's a 2012 game for the Xbox 360. Is that sort of folded into this at all?
It's not folded into it. It is referenced. We very briefly, kind of at the end of the timelines, at the end of the documentary presentation, mentioned that yes, there was this 2012 sequel, but ultimately that's its own product.
And Ken also asked, what software you use to make Karateka playable?
So that's another sort of interesting part of the story, is that we've got this internal engine that we've been using for a long time called the Eclipse engine. And so basically the Eclipse engine is kind of built from the ground up to do exactly what we need it to do. So it can, it's sort of like built to ingest like emulators that we create, or if we go out and license an emulator from somebody, we can then very quickly integrate it into the Eclipse engine. And then, but then it's also really built for like video, audio, storing many graphic files, really high resolutions, like all that kind of stuff, to like be able to sort of really bring this true multimedia presentation together and have everything just all running in the same environment. So it is our proprietary engine that we use for like that specific purpose. And then additionally, what it allows us to do, and we don't really do a lot of this in the making of Karateka, but you will see this. You actually saw this in Atari 50, the anniversary celebration, where the new version of Yar's Revenge that we did, that was running the Atari 2600 code. And then we were looking at that code basically, and then being able to overlay new graphics and functionality on top of that, while preserving essentially the integrity of the original code. We're not going back and trying to make the game feel like it did, because that's already sort of taken care of. And we even did that with Blizzard Arcade Collection, which is one that we put out in early 2021. In Blizzard Arcade Collection, it's the old Blizzard console games like Rock and Roll Racing, The Lost Vikings. And so there's like Rock and Roll Racing Definitive Edition, and that it runs the game in widescreen, and it adds more functionality to it. That's literally all just like in the Eclipse engine, running the Super Nintendo game, checking to see what's happening in the Super Nintendo game, and just hot swapping stuff in on the fly. So you'll see that happening with later releases as well. I am not a technical person, as you may imagine. I'm the editorial guy, so I'm blown away by all of this and try to ask the engineers, like, and now what are you doing? So I can kind of like get a sense of it to communicate it to others.
Excellent, thanks. Other comments here are things like, thanks for the wonderful talk. The making of Karateka looks amazing. Hope for it to be a hit. So this is Zot writing in the Discord channel. Says, I've been a big fan of digital Eclipse from the very early days, and they certainly helped inspire my own inventors in writing emulators. So it's a inspiring take your team has.
Yeah, it's and it's great. I mean, I joined the company in mid 2020, and it's just wonderful to because I was very aware of digital Eclipse, not only the revived company that started, when the brand came back in 2015, but, all the history going back to the 90s, I associated digital Eclipse with that sort of like just higher quality of presentation of classic games. And so it's really great to be a part of it for sure.
Did you yourself have, experience as a child with Apple II and Karateka?
No, I was in a Atari 800 kit. Well, we started out with a TRS-80. And then we got an Atari 800. So our family just sort of skipped over the Apple II. So I had the only experience, the experience I had was, Logo in third grade or something like that. And Oregon Trail, I think in like fifth grade. Just very, very limited experience. But I do remember Karateka absolutely from the Atari 800. And although at the time, like I was probably like 7 or 8 years old when I encountered it, and thus had absolutely first of all, lacked any sort of the dexterity that you would need to play that with the keyboard, or to really get the guy to do anything with the Atari joystick. I remember absolutely being blown away, watching the intro sequence where Akuma is pointing and the princess is trudging into the dungeon and flings herself down, and I was just like, wow, it's it's like a movie. And I really have very strong memories of that. And so it was really, it was wonderful to get the opportunity through literally getting to do it as my job to say, okay, time to go back and really like play this game and like become a Karateka expert and really, really start to appreciate it even more. And it's just wonderful. It's really made me want to seek out, more Apple II stuff. I just finished reading Lane Nooney's book, The Apple II Age, which has got me even more excited about wanting to go and play some more games. We mentioned also another game I talked about this in the presentation. But the games that inspired Jordan, I mean, he wasn't really taking inspiration from other movie or cinematic style games because there kind of were none, but he really took a lot of inspiration from Asteroids, and he started creating his own clone of Asteroids on the Apple II, because at the time, there was a lot of money to be made, basically, if you could clone an arcade game on the Apple, or especially like an Atari game, because Atari wasn't publishing Apple software, right? So like, in the early days of even Broderbund, it's like Apple Invader, Apple Galaxy, and all that sort of things, or various Pac-Man clones. So Jordan was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get rich quick. I'm gonna do that," and he created like an Asteroid clone, which he ended up not. He signed it with a publisher, with Hayden Software, but wasn't able to publish it. So now we are actually officially, publishing that in the making of Karateka for the first time. And we have a little bit of video footage in the documentary portions about Choplifter, Dan Gorlin's Choplifter, because that, more than any other game, inspired Karateka, because it started out with the text line like, mission, rescue hostages, and when the game ended, it said the end. And that really, and Jordan was also a big film nerd, so he was like, he was watching he was at Yale University, and he was just in the Yale Film Society, just watching tons and tons of movies every week, and which in the 80s was not like an easy thing to be able to consume all those films. But he was taking that, but then it was really Choplifter that he says like kind of opened his eyes to like, oh, like, this game can have a plot, and it can say, the end at the end of Choplifter really inspired him to like, oh, it's like a story. So that was really something that was surprising to me, that turned out to have had a lot of influence later on. If you look at the major amount of influence that Karateka has, the fact that Choplifter inspired what it did, and even in Choplifter even as well, it's not just a sort of an indirect thing, because Choplifter, the little people, the hostages running along the ground, were actually animated, it turns out, by Gene Portwood, who was an animator, former Disney animator who worked at Broderbund. And so he did those animations. That really inspired Jordan to want to do something similar. And then Jordan brought Karateka to Broderbund, and Gene Portwood and Lauren Elliott, the in-house designers who would go on to create Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, they actually participated in a very material way, doing additional animation and graphics for Karateka. So there actually was some staff crossover, essentially, between those two games in the end.
Excellent. Yeah, I think we're kind of running. I know that you had a time limit. I think
a couple of minutes. Yeah.
One thing that was pointed out here was that a Easter egg on the original game was that if you put the disc in upside down, the game played upside down. All the graphics were upside down. Is there any way that you can make your documentary be upside down?
No. I was hoping that you would say, is that a functionality that you've preserved in the game? And yes, we did. I mean, that was in there since the beginning, basically. And again, and importantly, to really preserve the authenticity, like when you switch to the upside down backwards version of Karateka, which was accomplished by flipping the disc over, we're not like just inverting our graphics. We are actually like, it switches the disc image, and it uses a disc image from the reverse side of the Apple II Karateka to do that. Is there a way to watch the documentary portions upside down? Sadly, no. It's a great idea though. So yeah, it should have time for like one more question for sure.
Let's see. One person asked what your dream game to do a retrospective interactive documentary would be about.
So I mean, I assume that Shigeru Miyamoto is in the audience today. So if you're, when you're done, watching the panels, Miyamoto-san, just give me a call. We'll do the history of Super Mario Brothers. It'll be great. I know you've got all of the design documents in a vault at Nintendo, so just let us do that, and everything will work out fine.
Yeah, I'm sure that it is certain to happen. Okay, well, great. Thank you so much for like rescheduling your time to make this work.
Absolutely, thanks everybody. It was very, very cool to get to do this, and I really appreciate it. So thank you to everyone. Have a great KansasFest.
Thanks. Okay, so now we will jump to Joe. Let me put him on screen here. And we can talk a little further about his Apple III business, and then we will move to Apple II TS. So Joe, how are you doing? Are you there? You are there.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you all hear me? Can you all see me? Hi, everybody. Questions, comments, thoughts, inputs, rants, raves. What's going on? I see a question already from John Mounts, who actually helped me recently with some stuff. He's asking, what is next in your development pipeline for the Apple III? It's, excuse me, still a little after effects of Kansas crud. What's the next on pipeline? I am working on revising the design of some of my Apple III parts and doodles to use surface mount components so that they'll be less expensive, smaller, better designs. I also have in the pipeline an Apple III memory board. I have a couple of prototypes and neither of them work. So I talked to Vince Briel while I was there at KansasFest in person, and we might be working on that a little bit. So we will see. Other thoughts and questions, comments, rants, raves? I'm looking at the Discord and it's mostly just saying, "Hi, Joe, you're awesome." And I'm like, we know, but that's all good.
I guess you could play it like Jeopardy and pose your own question.
Yeah. There's so much. There is so much going on in Joe's world right now. Again, as you can say, and John, feeding the ego. Yeah, I'm talking about myself in the third person because I'm weird. Lots of little projects and stuff in the background and things that are all stemmed from being able to start with and play with these old computers. Again, just going back to the talk and being able to say that thanks everybody for being awesome to me so that I can be awesome back to you, basically. Joe, what is your honest opinion on Atari? You know what? Atari is really good. It honestly is. They had some advantages that Apple didn't, in addition to Commodore, with being able to do custom chips, basically, which allowed them to do color and stuff like that. But when you think about it, though, they wouldn't have even thought to do such things if the Apple hadn't been around to say, oh yeah, home computers, that's a viable market, and we can have color and we can have sound, that the other of the time period the PET and the TRS-80 didn't have. So Apple III kind of really, or the Apple II really kind of showed people about that. People are just saying, love my presentation, thank you. Petar Puskarich is saying in the Discord, if I send a few more things to you, can you clone them? That's another thing I do a lot of. I've been doing cloning of items that are rare-ish that people want, like the Titan cards and the soft cards and things like that. Plans to create at some point in the future a card for the Apple IIc that incorporates literally everything you could think of on a single card. So like RAM and a Mockingbird and RGB and all of these cool things, a clock chip. So lots of cool stuff there. So we'll see what happens there. How easy is it to replace the caps lock key? I think those are kind of hard to find, short of rating another keyboard. That is exactly correct. The caps lock is a dual lock key. Those out, and it's in the Apple III, they're ALP switches for the most part. Replacing the switches themselves is really easy. The regular switches are just, you can get this from a Canadian company called Matthias, super cheaply. But the caps lock itself, because it's locking, is very difficult. Maybe in the future, I'm talking far future, it would be cool to redesign that keyboard, similar in the way that I worked with Mac Effects on their Apple IIc keyboard, to have that be have caps lock be like a flip flop. It's a software based key. So you tap it and it turns it on. You tap it, it turns it off, or something like that. So soft toggle, exactly. Malfunct, exactly. If you look at Mac Effects Apple IIc keyboard, Javier Rivera Plowman of A2 Heaven, myself, and Mark Josadis of Mac Effects worked together to design that to be all software driven with a little microcontroller, so that you don't need those physical clicky switches. You just tap it and it flip flops a state. A little LED underneath so you can see it. So that, I think that would be cool. Can you clone a power supply from my 2FX? No, I do not do analog work. Sorry, Hurricane. What is the rarest item in your collection? Are there any systems or items you've been searching for but never found? It's actually interesting. The rarest item in my collection is not Apple related at all. I've talked about it several times on my streams and stuff, but it's that NEC 8000A right back here. This stack of stuff right back there. So, Paul's saying we should probably jump to the next talk pretty soon here. Absolutely, that is no problem. Thank you all for listening to me ramble on like an insane madman for however many minutes it's been. Remember, Apple II forever, Apple III ever, and let's keep making the magic happen. Love y'all. You're my friends. You're my family. Love you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So now we will, not too far behind schedule, we will move to Chris Torrance talking about Apple II TS.
So let me get started. So I'm talking today about the Apple II TS, which is the name of my Apple II emulator. For those of you who have been following my YouTube channel, plug there for the YouTube channel. I started a series about 1.5 years ago where I decided to write a Apple II emulator using TypeScript, which is a flavor of JavaScript. So JavaScript, is a web programming language. It has a kind of a bad reputation. It's not strongly typed. It's very loosey-goosey, and so a lot of people scoff at it. TypeScript is an attempt to fix that. So that was actually, I think it was Microsoft that started that project. It basically takes JavaScript and turns it into kind of a real programming language. And maybe people will debate me on that. But it's actually a lot of fun. Things are typed so you can know what's going on. I use the Visual Studio Code editor, which was kind of designed, really for TypeScript. I mean, it works with a lot of other languages, but using VS Code with TypeScript it's just amazing. It helps you write the code basically, content assist and jumping to and fro different functions. So it's a lot of fun, and you might ask, well, why do we need another emulator? Clearly, there are a lot of ones out there. They're fantastic. I use Virtual 2 on my Mac every day. In fact, it was like, indispensable when I was developing this. Light years ahead of anything that I've done. On Windows, you have Apple Win, which is fantastic, or you have MAME, which is sort of like I don't think it's a Ferrari. What would be something that's incredibly complicated and impossible to use, but powerful? I don't know what kind of car that would be. The space shuttle or a tractor, yes. So there's a lot of fantastic emulators out there. This was not an attempt to create something necessarily better or to replace any of those. It was really just a fun project that I started, mostly for my YouTube channel. So what is it? It's a enhanced Apple IIe. It 128K RAM. I won't read all this. It basically has all the features of a Apple IIe, and since it's running in the browser, you obviously can get whatever speed your computer is capable of. I just have a little note there on my MacBook, running in Chrome. If I turn off the throttling, the 1 megahertz, I can get it to run, up to 32 megahertz, in terms of speed. Not that, that's kind of ridiculous at that speed, but yeah, I'm not going to go through all this. It supports all of the major file formats, so you can import, disk images, WAS, hard drive images, etc. And it's actually deployed out on GitHub pages, and I'll get to that in a minute. And finally, it also works as a progressive web application. So if you don't know what that is, that's basically some browsers, especially Chrome, if you go to a web page and it's written as a web application, you can actually click a button in the upper right and you can say, install this as an application on my desktop. And it looks just like an app. And you could even like assign a file format to it. So you can double click on a file and it'll launch just that application in a totally separate window. It's still a web browser under the covers, but it's not tied to, say you're running Chrome application. Okay, kind of going fast, but I'm not going to go through the architecture. The main point I wanted to make here is, maybe there's 2 points. One is that it's somewhat organized, and so I've tried to do things the right way. And so basically what I've done in the code is I've split the, for an emulator, you kind of have two pieces. One is the display portion, and the other portion is the actual 6502 itself. And so I've split those into two separate threads or processes, whatever you want to call it, in the browser. And so you have the main process, which is displaying what looks like an Apple IIe, and then you have the Apple IIe itself, the 6502, running in a completely separate, what's called a worker thread in JavaScript, and they just communicate back and forth. And I didn't do this originally, which was a huge mistake because it was really hard to switch afterward, but it made a significant improvement in the performance. And you wouldn't think so because there's a lot of information that has to get passed back and forth. Basically, when every time the Apple, actually 60 times a second, it basically has to pass across all of the text memory or high res or low res memory back and forth so it can display. JavaScript has no problem doing that. The problem I was having before, where it was all just one continuous basically process, is I could never get it to run at 1 megahertz. And the actual CPU, and the reason why is because it was competing with the 60 frames per second that the browser was attempting to refresh. And since I was trying to refresh the CPU at 60 frames per second, you had a conflict. Just real quick, I don't want to go through all the gory details of the emulator, just some really interesting things that I found along the way. So one thing that you have to worry about is how do you handle memory and soft switches. So on an Apple II, Apple IIe, a lot of the functionality is controlled by what are known as soft switches. So you write or read from an address on the computer, and it completely changes the behavior. So for example, if you write to a certain address, all of a sudden, rather than using the main memory of the computer, you're using the upper 64K of memory, like your little auxiliary card. Or you're turning on high-res graphics or something. Or you're using banked memory or something. And so you have to handle this, right? And so the way I did this, originally I was doing it basically every single memory address or access of memory, I would say, okay, well, what's the status of my soft switches? And then I would just have this, I basically had like this giant nested if statement. Horrible. So Tom Phelps, who presented here a few years ago on the IE emulator, AIIE, he wrote to me and he's like, dude, there's a much better way to do this, which he used in his emulator, which is basically to use a lookup table. And so what I have is just a giant block of memory and then a separate lookup table. So only when a soft switch is changed, I just go and change the lookup table. And so I say, okay, well now, from now on, whenever you go and access a certain memory location, you're going to get that from here. Okay, does that kind of make sense? And I can go into more details, after the talk about that. So that sped up the emulator tremendously because it just wasn't doing all this checking every single time. Graphics, very hard. Still probably work in progress. And the reason why, as we all know, and we heard from some talks yesterday about the VGA converter is, the Apple II graphics are, some might say, weird, right? It's essentially a black and white computer that's faking color, and the color is dependent upon the position of a dot on the screen. So you have to take that into account when you're creating an emulator. And not only that, you get these weird kind of fringing effects where if you have two colors next to each other, they produce a certain, or two dots next to each other, they're going to produce one color. If you only have one dot there, it might produce, brown. It could produce, some sort of strange off-green color. It's not the color that you might expect. And so the way I handled this, which was where Virtual 2 came in really handy, was basically I double the width of the screen. So the Apple IIe screen, normally it's 270 dots, but what I'm doing is I'm using a array that's 560 dots across, and I'm just saying, okay, well, this color, which normally would be orange, is actually going to be brown because there's no pixels next to it. And you can see at the bottom here, I have a comparison of, this is Michael Pohoreski, who is a developer on AppleWin, who was also one of the team members for Nox Archaist. And he wrote a test program for AppleWin to take a look at, what do the colors look like. And so I've run his test program. And so you can kind of see, here's what a real monitor looks like on the left. And this was taken on my Apple Color, using an iPhone. Here's what Virtual 2 looks like, and here's what my emulator looks like. And so you can see, for both of these cases, we're more or less getting the colors correct, but we're clearly not capturing the CRT-ness, right? And actually AppleWin does an amazing job of trying to, really emulate what a CRT looks like. Eventually, I could put more time into this, make it look better, but that's sort of, it's good enough for now. Sound is really hard. And the reason why is because in an Apple IIe, you have a 1-bit speaker. So, it's basically an on-off. That sounds simple, but the trouble is because you're running the 1 megahertz chip, you can actually access that speaker so fast that it doesn't have time to do a full up and a full down before the next blip of the speaker comes in. And so this is how you can do things like pulse width modulation. So those of you who have played Nox Archaist, actually, when you bring up the splash screen, there's some boom, boom, booms, and these little sound effects that are done with that effect. That on a modern computer is extremely hard to do, not impossible, but the trouble is on the browser, you're limited by the API. So Virtual 2 has no problems doing sound. AppleWin can do sound because they're running at the, they can just do whatever they want because they're in complete control of the computer. With the web browser, you're limited by the API. In that case, the API gives you, you can basically run sounds up to the speed of like a CD-ROM. So 44,000 hertz, is like the upper limit of the sound effects that you can get on a browser. And that is just not good enough to simulate some of these Apple IIe sound effects. Okay, and I can talk more about that offline. And I'm also looking for suggestions as to how to make it better. So as I said before, it has support for all of these different file formats. So it supports ProDOS block. It's also SmartPort driver. Right now I only have reading from SmartPort. And the only reason I needed to add that was actually for the pitch dark disk image. So pitch dark is a bunch of Infocom games that Cucumba and others put together. It uses SmartPort. And as soon as I tried to boot it up on my emulator, it didn't work. And so I had to add support for SmartPort for that. And the way this works in my emulator is it basically looks to see, is somebody accessing the disk drive? And if they are, I notice that in my code and just jump to a separate little JavaScript routine, which says, okay, well, since you don't have a physical hard drive, go ahead and just read the bits from the file, basically. Turns out that it's actually incredibly fast to do that because you already have the entire file in memory. And the way the Apple works is it always asks for ProDOS blocks in 512-byte blocks. And so you just give it 512 bytes all at once. So it turns out to be way faster in an emulator than if you were actually on like physical media, like a hard drive. Okay. I feel like I'm just talking super fast. One of the really fun things about doing a project like this is you get to just do whatever you want. And so I suddenly realized one day, well, since I have the entire Apple IIe going, I know everything that's happening. I know when it's doing whatever. And so you can put in like what I've called custom handlers. And so basically if you load up certain games in my emulators, and I have about a dozen or so that it knows, oh, I've started Aztec or something like that. It can actually say, okay, I know that these 3 bytes in memory are where the key routine is for Aztec, and I'm just going to insert a special handler. And so I've done things like when it detects a certain game, it'll bring up a little help screen, and I'll show this. Or it will change the way the keyboard works. So for example, for Karateka, as soon as I tried this on the phone, I realized I couldn't play the game because there's no arrow keys on the keyboard on an iPhone. You know, you bring up the keyboard, there's no arrows. And so you can't move your little guy in Karateka. So I just added, you know, I think it's like N and M are now left and right in addition to the arrow keys. You can also do things like modify the code. So Castle Wolfenstein, everybody knows you run into the wall, super annoying because it makes a terrible noise. Not anymore in mine because I just blip out those, you know, I just changed the assembly code. And so those bytes are just no ops basically. And then finally, you can do things like add joystick support. So, you know, I added joystick support for Aztec, right, which is notorious for the number of keys that you have to use. But you can plug in a game controller, and you can just play Aztec with a joystick. Okay, questions on that? Okay, let me just switch over real quick. That was a lot of, yeah.
I do have questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So on so something I didn't understand is that I followed you on your YouTube series.
Yeah.
And I saw, you know, when you were originally starting, you know, you had written, 6502, it could, you know, like the different opcodes and everything like that. You started programming, you didn't do them all, but you.
Yep.
But then there was like a big jump to, okay, here's an Apple II.
Yeah.
You know? And so somewhere in there you have to plug in the ROMs, you have to, you know, for the characters and all, like, I didn't see that part.
Yeah. And I'm not really talking about that today. And maybe I should apologize. You know, I think my YouTube channel kind of comes and goes in terms of when I put out videos, and a lot of it is just time and interest or whatever. And so, you know, yes, there actually were some jumps. So, you know, when you're creating an emulator, you basically, you know, there's two pieces to it. One is, you know, like I was saying, kind of creating the front end of it, and then the other one is the back end of the actual 6502, right, the chip. And so when I created the actual emulator part, you know, I got the ROMs, right, so you can find the ROMs online, perhaps not necessarily legally, but, you know, you can download those, right? You just put those into the memory, and so I talked before about how I have this kind of big block of memory with a lookup table. The ROM is just a chunk of that, right? It just gets read in from a file when the emulator starts up, right? And then for things like the graphics, it basically is requesting, okay, I want to display, you know, whatever the graphics is, just give me a chunk of memory of whatever should be on the screen. And so then the emulator itself says, okay, well, I'm in high-res mode. I'm going to send you a chunk of high-res data or something like that. And so it just reads it from the memory, sends it across, and displays it. Does that kind of answer your?
Yeah, it's just you're right. I think there was a part I didn't get, I didn't understand. So
yeah, I meant to do videos on graphics, like high-res, double high-res, which was a lot of fun because I actually knew nothing about double high-res. I haven't done those videos, so maybe in the future. So anyway, this is the emulator itself. Right now I'm running locally, but I'll show you how to run it on your own. And so I just have kind of this little welcome screen, which kind of tells you some of the keyboard shortcuts. Down on the bottom, there is a bunch of controls. So you can boot it up, you can change the color mode, turn the sound on and off, change whether you're running at regular speed or high speed. Right now there's only 2 speeds. It'd be nice to have more. A few keyboard buttons. So on an iPhone or an Android, you don't have like an escape key. And so I've added little buttons for that so you can actually click that on your screen. Probably I'm missing some as well. On the right-hand side down at the bottom are the disk drives. And so actually for these, the 3 down there, it doesn't really matter which one you click on. You can load any disk format into any of them and it'll do the right thing. And there's a lot of stuff that's hard-coded right now. So the hard drive is in slot 7. The 2 floppies are in slot 6. There's no way for the user to change that. You know, I have to go into my code. And then I've actually added a lot of kind of pre-canned disk images. So if you click on the box of floppies there, so it ships with all of these different games and utilities just built in. And so if, let's say I can click on Total Replay, it'll boot up and boom, and there's Total Replay. And then one thing I found yesterday that I didn't even know you could do is hold down the arrow key, and apparently this is a thing you're supposed to do in emulators to show, look, This is amazing. So that was amazing. Yeah. So, thank you. Yeah. And if you actually turn off if you turn on fast speed and do that, it's just a black screen because it can't even keep up. But basically, that's what I was kind of saying about the Protoss blocks, where it's just reading the bytes from memory so quickly, that it can just kind of keep up with, your keystrokes. So let's see, if I go back and I just type like Karateka, which I think I always use for my demos because it's one of my favorite games. So it'll boot up, and then you can see as it's booting, it actually changed the text on the right-hand side. You don't have to read that, but it knows, this is Karateka. And it tells you what the controls are. It's added in a couple extra controls, like the keyboard. And we'll just get it going here. And sounds great, right? No problems with sound. Sound is perfect until you boot up Nox or Chaos, and then you are sad. So it has no problems with just regular, very simple tonal sounds where you're just, plugging the computer very...
Also with modulation of breakout.
Right out, yes. Yeah, so, here's the game, and, obviously you can play it. Go ahead.
So your detection of the program doesn't count on where you're loading it from. It's not like you need a diskette or whatever. You can load it from Nox Arcade, from a Total Recall, or like a standalone copy that might have had.
Correct, yeah. I will say if you had like a really weird version of a game or maybe like a beta version of Karateka or something like that where, it's just looking for where a certain number of bytes are in memory. And so if those bytes aren't there, it's just not going to detect it. And it's a little inefficient because it's doing it, all the time. I mean, not every, it's like basically like, I think when I load a disk, then it checks, hey, what are the bits that just got loaded in memory? Which turned out to be a big problem for some games. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with the game Snoggle, which is a Broderbund game that's like Pac-Man. It's a clone of Pac-Man that, they got into big trouble with. But that game basically, I'm looking for my keyboard cable here, or joystick cable. So Snoggle is a game where it loads itself into memory and then it completely copies itself to a different portion of memory before it runs. And so I ran into a situation where I could either have the help displayed, but not have my custom keyboard controls, or vice versa, right? Because, so what I ended up doing then is having two different, there's like one for loading, where it'll display the help, and then it's also looking for a different 3 bytes in memory for, things like, okay, what are the keyboard controls you want for this game or something. So there's a lot of subtleties and complexities, and I'm sure it could be better. So let me see if I can actually, how are we doing on time? Am I okay? 10:22. Okay, I have no idea how that even, how long have I been talking?
22 minutes.
Okay, good, all right. So let me plug this in and see if I can actually get this to work. Oh, there we go. Okay, so here's the little guy. He's moving. And we'll just go up here. So, by the way, anybody who has a gamepad like this, so modern browsers just support these right out of the box. Ken, could you come up here for a minute, though? I need your help. Yeah, so if you're interested in writing web applications, there's a gamepad API, and it just works. Here, would you play that for a minute and tell people what's happening?
What's happening?
Yeah, do you feel anything?
Nausea.
No. When you get hit.
Oh, there's force feedback.
Yes.
Tactile.
Yeah. So another thing.
If you die, does he get a big shock or something in the controller?
Oh, yeah. I should have. If you fall off the cliff, you'll feel it. You'll feel it. Yeah. So the gamepad interface on modern browsers, it has support for what's called rumble or force feedback, and so on Karateka, what I did is I found the memory location. I think it's like 1E or something like that. And I noticed, okay, that's the one that controls or basically counts how much life you have and how much life the enemy has. And so I'm just watching that, watching. And every time I notice it changes, I say, rumble, right? Or do force feedback. And actually, the API lets you choose what it actually feels like. And so for you getting hit, it feels one way. For the other guy getting hit, it feels different. And so you just, you can just do fun things like this, right? I don't know what use this is. Castle Wolfenstein, actually, what I did is, maybe this is even more annoying. So now when you run into the wall, you don't get the sound. Instead, you get the rumble. So you feel it, right, when you run into the wall. Yeah, it's kind of fun. And then you can also, I won't necessarily, well, I can boot it up, but, Electronic Arts released One-on-One, Dr. J and Larry Bird, and awesome game. A lot of, my brother and I love this. The problem with this game is, if you play two-player, one poor person has to use the keyboard. And I can't remember whether you have to switch, but right? Yeah, defense uses the keyboard, right? But with this, right, because it supports the game controllers, right, you can now play two-player. I have another gamepad if anybody wants to come up afterward and go two-player head-on-head on one-on-one. It's so much more fun, right? And there actually was a product out pretty recently that lets you actually do this on a real Apple IIe, but now you can do the same thing on the gamepad. Let me see, what else? So you can change the color. So there's green screen mode. There's orange. These are just hard-coded, so whether those are good colors or not. One other thing I did, if I boot up, actually, I also created it so it has a custom file format. So it's this A2TS, and these are just a special file format that's like saving the state of the emulator, and so you can restore these. And so here I am in the middle of Nox Archaeist, and so I can walk around. Again, Tom Phelps with the IE emulator, he invented time travel. So if I go off into the ocean, I'm drowning. All characters dead. If I hit Control left arrow, I'm just going back in time. Or I can go forward in time and drown. So you go back in time, hit the space bar, and now you're back alive again. So,
are there any paradoxes due to this?
Oh, probably. I'm sure. You kill yourself or something. Yeah. So that's just a fun feature. You pull yourself out of the ocean. Yeah, you pull stuff out of the ocean. You're playing Choplifter. You step on one of the guys by mistake. Well, you just back up and start over. So basically it's saving the exact same state that it uses to save out to the disk as well. So it's just the same chunk of memory. What else? Oh, so what I was going to point out is for Nox Archaeist, for example, since it's a game that is high-res graphics, it basically any text on the screen has the problem of like color fringing, right? And so let me here, hold on, I'm going to reset this, and we'll bring it up. Nox Archaeist, maybe I can do it. Yeah, let me just bring up the same one I had. And if I hit the tab key, okay, so here's some text on the screen. Some users, don't like all the fringing or whatever, but I have a mode where it basically, you can't really tell with this font, but with the other font in Nox Archaeist, it basically turns off some of the fringing. And so this is something that Applewin also did as well. And it just makes it kind of look a little bit nicer. So it's kind of more readable, I guess. And that's just modifying the way I display the high-res graphics on the screen.
Is that feature clicked on now, or is that?
I think with this font, you can't tell. I would have to, I wonder if I switch to, where is Nox? Right there in the middle. This might have the, oh, do you want to hear the sound? Okay, don't make fun of me. You'll kind of hear the problem, and like if you run like the music construction set, that's another great one to show off how bad your emulator is. Do you hear it? Yeah, it has no, it knows something's happening, but it just cannot deal with the up and down that's happening so fast. And I also don't have Mockingboard support in yet because I'm scared. I don't know how to do Mockingboard. The documentation is is very minimal. But that's something that I want to do in the future. So yeah, here now fringing is turned off. So let me turn it back on. Okay, so it might be a little hard to tell from the back, but if you look on, say, start a new game, you can kind of see how there's green and kind of purple. If I turn off fringing, everything just crisps up, right? So that's nice, you know. Okay.
Except the highlighted continue theme at the top.
Yeah, right, and that's really interesting, right? Because that's highlighted text, and so that the color fringing, for whatever reason, doesn't help with that. And I don't know whether that's me and the way I've implemented this, or whether it's just something about the fringe text. Okay, I'm sure there's a million other things that I could demo, but that's probably a good place to stop. If you want to actually try it out, so let me switch back real quick here to the keynote. So real quick, some thanks for people that have helped me with this. I'm sure I'm forgetting some names on there. A list of other things that I want to do in the future. The first one is probably Mockingboard support. I just want to, that's cool. So that'd be fun. And this is available now. And so you can go on your browser, on your phone, apple2ts.com. This is actually hosted by GitHub Pages, which is amazing. It's been around for like 6 years, but I just discovered it. So basically, on GitHub, you can have your project on there, and you can just essentially deploy it to GitHub itself, and you can use a custom URL. So I had to obviously, get the URL hosting somewhere else. That's actually on WordPress. But yeah, it just works fantastic. Best browsers are Chrome, but it'll work in Safari, Firefox, Edge, etc. Some of them just don't have some of the support for like the gamepad and stuff like that, or it's not as good. This is also open source, so it's out on the GitHub link. There's actually, if you go to the emulator itself, there's a link at the bottom that says report an issue. So if you find bugs, or you want feature enhancements, or you want to just help out with the project, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, and now we can move to Chris for questions. There's Chris.
And here I am.
Chris.
Thank you.
Have you been able to look at the questions as they were coming in?
Yeah, I did see a couple. There was also some ones on Discord as well. So one question from Mark Lemmert was, what toolkit am I using, or how did I create the controls for it? So I'm using TypeScript, and I'm using the React library. So that's a JavaScript library. And then along with that, I'm using a few, there's another library called Material, which has some really nice looking GUI controls. And so that allowed me to do that when you pop up the disk images, that grid of disk images. So it has a really nice control to do that. And then finally, the little icons at the bottom are from Font Awesome, which is just an icon library, and you just download those as either bitmaps or SVG files. So that was that. And then there was another question about the how do I detect the games? And Rickles asked that, and he's just guessing correctly, where what I'm doing is I'm just looking for specific bytes in memory. And what I typically do is just look for like the keyboard detection. So most games or most programs will have like a load of C000, which is the keyboard soft switch. And so if you can find where those, say, 3 bytes are in the Apple II's memory, it's a pretty safe bet that for a particular game, the location of that in memory is going to only be correct for that game. And so far, I've tried that at a grand total of 6 things, and it's worked every time. I'm sure it could be fooled. In fact, if you just go into the monitor and enter those 3 bytes for, just when you're in the monitor, and then start up the emulator, it'll, suddenly think that it's running, Wizardry or Nox Archaist. No harm really in that. Let's see. Other questions. Is it customizable to, for say, change to the GUI graphics? I think if you're asking, is it easy to customize the I'm not sure if you're talking about the actual, the way the emulator looks and feels, like the actual JavaScript controls. Is that what you're talking about? If that's the question, then at least with my emulator, no, like the controls themselves are just basically embedded in the TypeScript. So you'd have to go in and just, change the code to use a different toolkit or something like that. Oh, the monitor bezel. Yes. Okay. Good question. That the bezel around the outside it's also just hard coded. There's a lot of things in this that are just hard coded just because I liked them. That actually is a photograph of my Apple Color monitor, so I didn't want to have to worry about any copyright issues. So I just took a really high res photo of my actual CRT, and then I embed that on the web page, and then I put the canvas, the JavaScript canvas, just right on top of it, basically. So it worked out really nice. So yeah, the question is, if you wanted to use your own image for that, you would have to download the code and run it yourself, which, I have the instructions to do that on GitHub. So it's not hard to do that, but it's not something that you could just do out of the box with just say by going to the website. Okay. Any other questions? Don't see anything else. So like I said, I put the link, so apple2ts.com, and that should work on both your desktop computers or on a phone or a tablet if you want to try it there. And I'm happy to take a look if anybody wants to help out with the project, or at least just look at the code and ask me questions. I'm happy to answer questions, or if you want to really dive in and submit pull requests or something, I'd be add support for your favorite game or something like that, and add joystick controls or something. It's not hard to do. Oh, let's see. Okay, another question from Darren. So yes, right now his question is about, does it only emulate a 2E? Yes, right now I started out actually with a 2 plus because the memory map on a 2 plus is a lot simpler. You don't have as many soft switches in the auxiliary card, but because there's so many games that they require 128K of memory, and I switched it at some point to be a 2E. And I don't know whether necessarily I'll go back and make it full featured, and so you can actually select different systems or something. That's not really something I've thought about a lot, but it probably wouldn't be too hard to do that. And yes, okay, so here's a final question about the CRT shaders. No, I didn't talk about that. Somebody actually asked that question at KansasFest, but to answer it here, I have not really thought too much about that. I think it would be pretty straightforward to do. So with the HTML canvas, you can actually give it all sorts of filters and things that you can put on top. And so I think it would be very straightforward to do, like scan lines, or to make it look blurry, or tint, or anything, make it look kind of more CRT-ish. I think if you wanted to do that, you'd probably also have to take a look at how I'm actually doing the HDR pixels, just because I think I'm still making them a little bit too crisp compared to, say, a real monitor. So there'd probably be work on both kind of the back end for the way it's sending the graphics, and then also the JavaScript itself, but definitely doable. So, and I have a lot more plans for the future. I want to add support for debugging. I still want to do Mockingbird. I've been working on the sound over the last week, and I've got it so Nox Archaist actually sounds semi-decent. Still not as good as on a real computer, but it's much better than it was even since a week ago. So look for more check-ins. No, let's see. Very last question. Emulated Ethernet support. It does not have that. I'm sure I could do it, but yes, no, sorry. Okay, I better stop there. So I think we're running up against the time for the break. But yeah, thanks a lot for thanks a lot for watching.
Excellent, thanks. Okay, let's see. So yeah, we're bumping up right up against the time, so maybe we'll take like a 1 minute 30-second break or something like that. But after that, we will have actually Dave Hottolini has offered to come back and talk with us, or talk with Bob Consorti while we watch. basically. Bob Consorti is the founder of On3. I have some visual aids to show. But anyway, yes. So take a quick break, and then we'll come back with Bob Consorti and Dave Ottolini. Okay, I'll start bringing people up here. Our second featured speaker today is Bob Consorti, who is the founder of the company On3, and was one of the maybe the major software company for the Apple III, particularly beyond its when it left the catalog. And then Dave Ottolini agreed to sort of help with this as well, because they also go back to the actual Apple III days. So thank you, Dave, for being able to do this, and maybe I'll just get out of the way.
All right. Again, thanks everybody for being part of this. And Bob, it is such a pleasure to see you in video person, I guess is the best way to describe it. But you and I do go back quite a long ways, and well, people wouldn't know this, but I grew up in California, so and you were a longtime Californian, and I honestly am not sure where you're living nowadays. I think you came back out east at some point, didn't you?
I certainly did, just north of Boston right now.
Boston. Okay, well, that's fantastic. And in fact, your parents lived in Tehachapi for a while, and I grew up in Lancaster in the Antelope Valley. So I'm sure they ate a lot of really good apples and pears and peaches up there. But anyway, it's a pleasure to talk to you. And again, folks, if you have any questions, I'm going to concentrate on the chat because I can only multitask so much at my age. So I'm going to just focus on that. But I thought, Bob, since folks may not know the back history of On3 and how you got into it, I thought I'd give you a chance just to give a overview of your background and how you got to the development establishment of On3 and working with Apple on the Apple III computer.
Of course, and thank you, Dave. It has been like 40 years since we started. I was remarking in my brain earlier today that it was about the 40th anniversary where my father was rehabilitating from a heart attack. And the backstory for On3 was I had bought an Apple III, gosh, it must have been 81, one of the first ones. And I spent a lot of time looking at the disk and the disk format because I wanted to understand the bits and the bytes and what everything did. and I spent, I don't know how many thousands of hours with a disk editor, changing bits and bytes and loading up the system utilities program, and which was that slow loading Pascal app, and looking at what the changes did. And I ended up writing a document defining the disk operating system for the Apple III for SOS, and I submitted it to Call Apple. And it was funny. It was funny because it was rejected for sort of lack of interest, and I felt really bad. And I remember, walking with my dad, and we were talking about things. I told him about, how I felt about it, and I remember him stopping while we were walking, and he turned to me, and he said, "Well, if they don't want to publish it, why don't you?" And that sprang the On3 magazine sort of, and the nexus for that sprang forth from that conversation with my dad while we were walking, rehabbing from his heart attack and bypass surgery. And we started the magazine, had a wonderful time, with the folks at Apple, particularly the Apple III folks, in supporting the magazine. I forget the exact time or date, but the magazine, or a sample magazine, was put in every Apple III from some period on. It's 40 years, so don't quiz me on dates. And that helped spring forth the magazine subscription business, and use that to start creating software and hardware products. There was quite a bit of pent up demand from the people who bought the Apple III for everything. It was, Apple's first real business machine after the Apple II. And if you go back in the day and look up the VisiCalc ads and, the different ads for business productivity software, the Apple III was prominently featured. And, I spent a lot of effort in the early days kind of building out products that both I like to build and create, and that would sell well.
I mean, at one point, On3 had, I'm trying to think, at least 3 or 4. Your business had 3 or 4 employees, is that right? I'm just trying to remember from the time that I visited you, but you may have had more than that. But
yeah, I think the one you visited, we were just doing a quick count. I think we maxed out at about 10, and that was, I believe, in '84. But yeah, we started out small. We just had a couple of developers over the years, who Apple, of course, snatched away from us. It was hard to beat Apple's pay back then. I'd hire someone, we'd work on some projects, train them up, and then after working with Apple for a little while, they'd offer them a job at a significant bonus or increase of what I could offer at that time.
I think we had a couple of videos. Paul, I don't know if you have the one showing the different magazine covers, but it's quite fun to watch the progression of On3 magazine over the years. And full disclosure, Bob took pity on me and actually published a few of my articles over the years. There were a couple of others, but the On3 was really the go-to magazine for many of us. Let's just say all of us Apple IIIers at the time. Because you couldn't get the kind of information that you could get out of that magazine. I know you poured your heart and soul into it at that point. But Paul, if you have that video and can run it, I think it would be fun for people to see it.
Sure. Yeah, I'll run it. I think it might take over the screen from your faces, but and I'll probably also bring the audio down.
It'll look better than me, that's for sure. So there you go. Hard to believe you'd produce that many, huh?
Memory lane. I wish I could have produced more. It was tough, when Apple discontinued the Apple III. It was challenging. I think everyone who was there at the time remembers with great angst when that happened, and it caused a lot of challenges from a business perspective. It's no secret. We spent an enormous amount of time trying to create products that people found useful and valuable, so that we could have a business. And it was very tough when Apple discontinued that. The Apple III, from a company perspective, on 3 tried to move some of our products over to the Apple IIgs, and the 2GS, of course, didn't get the support that the Mac did, but it got a lot more support than the Apple III did. But it was a very challenging time. But all through that period, I had a lot of fun. I learned an enormous amount. I started from no knowledge of publishing a magazine, let alone publishing software, and we did quite a bit over the time.
I wonder if you could just go over a little bit about some of the software and a couple of the hardware products that you did produce for this audience, since most of these folks are maybe more Apple II than Apple III or so. If you can just talk a little bit about that for me.
Sure. One of the first things I came up with was understanding how to use interrupts on the Apple III. When we had the Apple III Plus, and there was a retrofit kit for the original Apple IIIs, there was a clock option, and that clock option provided interrupt capabilities, and that really set the stage for some really cool products. We created a desk accessory package, the Desktop Manager, and that actually, looking back, it came out before Borland Sidekick, and Sidekick on the PC was, I don't know how many millions that made Philippe Kahn, but we were just on the wrong platform. I mean, if Apple had pushed the Apple III as business machine, it probably would have supplanted, especially with its superior operating system, it would have supplanted the original IBM PC, or at least it would have given it a much better run for the money in the business in the business market. So the Desktop Manager, that was fun. Because of the interrupts, we were able to tag keystrokes. You could press a button and a second application would appear on your screen, whether it was a calendar, a calculator, very basic utilities that all PCs and most phones have, or all phones have today. But back in the day, that was pretty novel and remarkable. The macro utilities that we put, I still love that, and honestly, I've been thinking about creating some macro utilities for my my PC, but I think my coding days are a little long gone. We did a lot of utilities for the system. We did the draw on program, or my friend Mel Astrahan
Yeah.
did the draw on application, which is a very sophisticated drawing utility. It wasn't Mac Paint, but it had quite a few options that the people on the Apple III liked. Obviously, as the Apple III was winding down, and with the Dave, your help, we worked on the self-named BOS, which was our attempt, or my attempt, to kind of integrate a lot of the utilities that we had developed over the years, macros, print spooling, and things, and an operating system selection utility from hard disk back into the sort of the core operating system. So that was a lot of fun, and it really was a labor of love over the years.
I mean, the three, much like the two, I guess, I mean, the three, everything had to be booted from a disk. And BOS 3 was designed to try to get around that a little bit. You still had to boot from the disk, but it automatically took you right to the profile, if I remember right. But if I also remember, because my brain is hazy on some of this stuff, but I remember I think you had internally a software that allowed you to boot directly to a hard drive rather than have to use the disk. Was that, do I remember that right?
Not on the Apple III, or at least my memory doesn't recall that. I believe we still had to have a couple of sectors off of the floppy disk as a bootloader to get onto the hard disk. But you're right, and back in the day, everyone booted from floppy disk, and when the Apple profile 5 megabytes formatted out about 4.5 megabytes at a multi-$1,000 price point, and it sold like wildfire, because you could store dozens or hundreds of floppy disks worth of data on a single device, even though it was the size of a briefcase, and people loved it. And there were so many businesses that sprang forth from the Apple III, for the Apple II, the first class peripheral cider, 5, 10, 20 megabyte hard disks, the Corvus hard disks. There were a lot of hardware companies that came out that started on the Apple III, because the Apple III had a very robust operating system with SOS, that just wasn't available on the other machines at that time.
In your own mind, of all the different products that On3 produced, which one were you say the most proud of?
Oh boy. So there was something that we built internally, and it was an assembly language development environment. And honestly, from a proud standpoint, we developed some cool software. The desktop manager was really neat. The selector, which was a product we kind of marketed from some Apple employees, but the tool that we built to, and let me take 3 steps back. On the Apple III, you coded in UCSD Pascal, and that provided you the ability to code in the Pascal language, which was a very slow interpreted language. That's what the system utilities application was written in. And then you could write in assembly language, and assembly language was literally coding at the level of the CPU, the 6502 or 65802 for the upgrades that we did later on that provided pseudo 16-bit capabilities on the Apple III. And we went from large projects compiling on the Apple III in UCSD Pascal assembler taking an hour. And when your compilation time takes an hour, you are very, very careful. And from a development standpoint, I grew up on, oh my gosh, you have to make it right the first time. You've got to document every line. You have to understand what every bit is doing, what every operation is doing. Otherwise, you blow an hour compilation time. And you don't usually find out until the end that, there was a syntax error, there was a problem in the compilation. And we spent a lot of time creating an assembly language development environment. And instead of an hour, I think the longest compilation took was under a minute. So a dramatic increase in the compilation time, which meant a higher productivity. I coined a phrase years and years ago, and I've kept it, for the last 40 years as as I've managed development and developers and development teams over the decades. Then the phrase is, he who compiles the fastest wins. And it's because of my experience way back when, in the early 80s, when you can turn around, when you can have an idea, write it, code it, press a button to compile and test it. And instead of it taking an hour to go through a test cycle, you can see the results in less than a minute. It's an enormous increase in productivity. And over the years, I've always advocated for the different businesses that I've been in or managed that the developers have the fastest machines that they can, for the simple reason you don't want, six-figure resources waiting around for the computers. You want the computers waiting around for the developers, using the tools most effectively by having as fast a machine as possible. So when we finally got the assembly environment running, that's when I think things really took off for our development on the Apple III. We were able to put out a lot more products just based on the volume and the throughput. And it's funny, I lived through the early 80s, the 90s, the dot-com era and the dot-com boom. And when venture capital and private equity would drop millions or tens of millions of dollars on companies with one bad product or one bad idea. And I look back at the things that we did all through the 80s and realized, my gosh, just to survive, we had to come up with different products every month. It wasn't, oh, I've got one idea and I'll get, go do a PowerPoint presentation and some venture capitalist group will give me seed money and start a company. We had to do that every month just to survive. And it was exhilarating. And I look back and I think, my gosh, if our ideas were placed 20 years forward in the dot-com era, I don't know how many billions of dollars we would have gotten from the private equity and the venture capital folks to build out. But I think one of the defining moments for On3 was that development. From a product standpoint, I think one of the things that, from a software perspective, the thing I think I was most personally loved building was the desktop manager, because it provided an ability to do desk accessories, and other people could develop desk accessories and tie into the system. Use very small amount of memory. It was written entirely in assembly language, incredibly fast because it was written in assembly language, and really loved the desktop manager. That we sold, I don't know how many of those, but it was powerful utility, but also very useful. People, and that's one of the things I've found over the years as well. If you create products that people like and they actually use and they find value, you're going to do well, no matter where you are in whatever industry. If your users like the products, they're going to like the company, and they're going to like then they'll probably buy the next thing crazy idea that you come up with.
Right. You were most kind there toward the when On3 finally closed shop, that you allowed us to put some of those products into our public domain library, the Apple III. And so any of the folks who have Apple IIIs still today can access that software because it's been uploaded to various sites, and they can get a hold of that. So I would highly recommend that they try any of those products out if they have a chance. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about Boss 3 again, and just the idea behind it. And I know the 3SIG worked with you very closely on that to fund it. Basically, we got not just Washing Apple Pie, but other groups also helped you fund that. But talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's interesting because, and Dave, I think without your leadership and tenacity, that definitely wouldn't have been a product. At that time, from a company perspective, I had moved and trying to sell products on the Apple II GS, which didn't do very well. And from a love of the Apple III, which I think we all had that in our hearts. You really pressed and pushed and nurtured that over the finish line, and it really was an interesting product. And I'm going to be frank, it's been so long I can't even remember all the things we put in it. But basically, the ability to boot from a hard disk, or run your selection from a hard disk. People today, you have your computer, you click an icon, and your application runs. It's taken for so much of that is taken for granted, because back in the day, your computer was sort of single purpose. It ran an application when you turned it on, and that's all it did. Being able to select different applications from a menu, if textual or graphic menu now, it was kind of all new back then. So creating a utility that supported that, so that we would be able to run applications directly from a hard disk, including some of the copy protected ones. That was a lot of fun. Added in, if I recall right, print spooling, which again was a sort of a unique concept. Nowadays, again, people take for granted, you send something to the printer and it prints in the background, and you just do your work. You continue to do your work. Way back when, your printer had a certain kilobyte buffer, and your computer waited as you sent it data to be able to print. And with the print spooling capability and the interrupt-driven operating system, things would be printed to a buffer that ran as a separate utility in the background, stealing CPU time via interrupts. So you could continue to work on your spreadsheet or type your letter, do whatever you wanted on your computer, and at the same time, there was a background utility, print spooling, running in the background that would send the data to the printer. Little things like that were added in. My gosh, you probably remember more than me at this point.
It's funny, some of the comments I'm looking at talking about how 5 megabytes of storage doesn't really seem like a whole lot, but you have to remember also that the programs themselves originally had to fit on a 5 1/4 inch floppy, so they were written tightly, right? Part of the problem, they talked later about bloatware, where the software was just, the concept of writing something tightly just kind of went out the window, right? but you could actually get quite a bit of programs onto one poor little 5 megabyte profile hard drive, you know. And you're right, those things cost a lot of money. I finally, there was at one point where I went to an auction and I was able to buy them for like $100 a pop, you know, and I felt that was a heck of a deal, you know.
When the original ones, I think they were like $3,000, several $1,000s. It was crazy. And nowadays, you know, my wristwatch has more capability than, you know, 1,000 Apple IIIs, you know, in storage capacity.
And one of the problems with that, and I'll shut up about that, is that you couldn't do a real hardware reformat without a special chip that you had to open up the profile and plug the chip in and then do the format to completely, you know, a real hardware format of it. And those chips were very hard to come by at the time. Was there a product that you would have liked to have made that you just never were able to get to or didn't have the resources to produce?
So I'm going to go technical. The Apple III's brilliance and Dr. Sanders and team created such a advanced computer back in the day, where bank switched memory and applications running from bank switched memory was possible. And in today's terms, modern CPUs and memory is sort of one gigantic contiguous block that you could run applications from. Way back when, in 6502 days, 8-bit processors, 16-bit CPUs, data had to fit and run from a very small addressable space, 64 kilobytes of memory. And the fact that on the Apple III, you could utilize more than 64K of memory was because of the brilliance of the bank switched memory that was in the system. 32 kilobytes of the addressable space in the 6502 processor was there was on the Apple III hardware, you could bank switch it, which means out of a larger section of memory, you could say, hey, right now, this section of memory is the addressable 32K. Then you could throw a toggle, and then a different bank of 32K would be accessible. And you know, the techniques that were used on the Apple III hardware were very cool, and you know, Dr. Sanders would, you know, the ability to utilize up to 512 kilobytes of memory, and that was one of our best-selling products. You know, the story behind that was there were a lot of things in the Apple III division that the people who were doing the design work and the software wanted out. And because of various political issues at Apple at the time, they were not allowed to do it. So one of the products that we were allowed to produce was the 512 kilobyte memory expansion for the Apple III. It's not well known, but the bank switching capability of the Apple III extended beyond 512 kilobytes. We could have switched in more banks of 32K of memory. At the time, you know, the memory was absurdly expensive. I think, as I recall, just the cost of the memory chips for the 512K memory board, I think we sold it at like $1,000 and $1,000, and I believe our cost of goods, at least in the first batch, prices did come down over time. I think our cost of goods was like $600-700 for those units. It was pricey to build, but the ability to have more memory, to be able to have spreadsheets that had huge amounts of memory capability back for that time period was very valuable. People found value in it, they used it, and we sold a lot of that. That kept us, the Apple III, the 512K memory board kept us going for a long time. But one of the things that I would have loved to build as the higher density RAM chips became available would have been even a higher density board for the Apple III, and probably would have if the Apple III continued and they put out an official 65802 or 65816 processor in the unit, which ultimately they did in the Apple II GS. And you could address, what was it, 4 gigabytes or more or I think that was right. It's no 4 megabytes. It's funny because these numbers these days, we're talking about petabytes and terabytes and gigabytes and megabytes, and then the addressable space on those processors was in kilobytes. and as time goes on, I've lost track of some of the multiples, but I would love to have created a higher bank switched a memory card that had more memory basically for the Apple III. That would have been fun. And I'm sure if the Apple III had continued, we would have been able to do that.
I just have to say that I had to save up for a long time to buy one of those, but I did buy one. Well, maybe can you tell us a little bit about what happened after On3 passed on into the great Apple cloud up there, and what you're doing today?
Sure. The On3 as a company, we lasted, I think into the early 90s, and we sold a lot of old Apple III equipment. We had a brief foray into the Apple II GS market. As that died down, I decided to go back to school and do something a little bit different. I was a little bit burnt out for a few different reasons. Ended up moving from California to Chicago and doing a bio degree from scratch. And the reason for the bio degree, it's a little personal. I had an older brother whose name was Joseph, and when he was 23, I was 11, and he passed from a very rare autoimmune disease called idiopathic thrombocytopenic purpura. And the way that you can describe that is if you understand what the Ebola virus does, that autoimmune disease basically does the same thing. It destroys and attacks the platelets, and basically you bleed to death internally. It's a very nasty death and very quick. But I wanted to understand, what happened to my brother, and I ended up doing a bio degree from scratch. Ended up at Harvard Med in a PhD program in immunology. Learned that it was truly idiopathic, which means no known cause. There was no genetic abnormality. I didn't get it. None of my other family members got it. My children have not had any immune problems. I did the PhD track for a while, got sick of the research side and went back to technology. Ended up, from my personal perspective, I no longer had a company, but I was doing consulting on the side. I did a lot of the hardware drivers for the drivers for different hard disk drive manufacturers, the low-level BIOS chips that fit on the peripheral cards that ran the hard disks. I did that for a while for different companies. I started doing, and this is all on the side while I was doing my bio undergrad and then my PhD studies, I was working on the side developing both low-level drivers, which was one of my fortes, but I also worked for a company called Mahoney Interactive, who was in Glencoe, Illinois. The principal, Sue Mahoney, at that time, she passed from pancreatic cancer, I think in '98. But she worked with her very closely for years. We developed a lot of educational software, and that was a lot of fun. Both educational software for games, educational software for educators. That was a blast. Moved out of that, started a family with my wife Debbie. We have four great kids right now, two girls, two boys, and we went girl boy.
And is one named Sarah?
No. I have a Sophie and a Megan. Did not do a Sarah. But I did not choose my girls' names. I got to kind of pick the boys' names, but my wife was very adamant on that. Went back to California from Boston. Met my wife here. Then I moved back to California. My parents were getting pretty old and elderly at that time. They did live in Tehachapi for a while. They were in the Central Valley. They moved up to a little north of Seattle, Washington for a few years, but the constant rain and the seasonal affective disorder, the SAD, got to my mom, and they ended up moving back to California. I moved back in, oh my gosh, 97 or 98, and was with them, and my wife and I started having kids. Our first baby was born in 99, and she's a 99er. She will probably be one of the ones that lives to see 3 centuries, which is kind of wild.
Wow.
And from there, I started working. I was working for a consulting company, and then the .com era hit, and I worked for a number of I wouldn't even say moderately successful .coms, but I kept the torch going for a few of those through 2003. Then we moved back to, my wife's family is in the Boston area. We moved back to Boston, and we've been in this house for 20 some odd years now. And I've been managing software development for a variety of companies, small and large, manage internal teams, multinational teams. The last 5 or 6 years, last 7 or 8 years, I've been working primarily in companies that were owned by venture capital and private equity, managing both IT, infrastructure, and software development.
Well, we're just about done because I think we had for about 45 minutes, according to Paul. But I just wanted to finish things out by ask you if you're amazed, or if it surprised you at the resilience of the Apple III computer, and how what amazes me most is that we had our group of people who worked with you and worked with the other developers and had 3 SIGs and all that kind of stuff, and then it kind of went away for a while. But now there's a whole new group of hobbyists today who have really they're doing clearly the Apple II, but also the Apple III, and I'm amazed at how many wonderful new things are coming out to kind of extend the life of these machines.
It's truly shocking and amazing, looking at some of the products. Back in the day, we were creating RAM disks and other things for the Apple III to extend life, and seeing the ability to plop a card in right now into your Apple II, and thank goodness they've provided Apple III support that has everything that those 5 megabyte profile hard disks did on a tiny micro SD card now, or 1,000 of them on a micro SD card. It's truly remarkable. Not just the continuance of support for the system, but the level of love that it continues to be felt. Dave, you and others, there's a number of people who have supported the Apple III for the last 40 some odd years, and it's really a testament to all of your efforts that we've been able to continue, and hopefully the next generations will look back, and they won't just be museum pieces. They'll be used, and people can still type on the keyboards and enjoy some of the old applications.
Well, you can get an Atari on a chip now, and they sell those things. So I could see a day where you get an Apple II more than likely than the III because of the games, but I don't see why that ultimately couldn't happen, especially because the technology has just gotten so much better.
Very much so.
But I want to thank you so much. And I was going to see if there were any questions here, but I think you've done such a great job that everybody, and you answered some of the questions that I saw earlier, talking about people not realizing that you could actually go beyond 512K for the memory board and that kind of stuff. But I can't thank you enough. It's such a pleasure again to see you and to talk with you. And
likewise, David. It's been too long. At some point, we've got to. We're both on the East Coast.
We're both on the East Coast.
We need to get together, maybe.
I think that can happen. So anyway, I'm going to thank you again, and I'm going to turn it back over to Paul.
Thank you, Dave.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. This has been it's been great to listen to, and I've learned a lot. And I held up, I think, my visual aids before. I have much of the run of the magazines. And,
oh my gosh, good for you.
Yeah.
I've been threatening, and I've said this for many years now, I've been threatening to open the boxes in my basement and have all my old Apple IIIs and things. And as I get closer to retirement, that age is that the time is coming upon me. So maybe next year I'll have some cool toys to show.
We didn't show the video, but I tracked down the video of Washington Apple Pie used to have garage sales, and you were kind enough to bring you brought a ton of stuff to one of them, if you remember that. But that was the inaugural run and installation for Boss 3, and maybe we can do that tomorrow when people are going to be forced to listen to me again. But that might be fun to watch if we have that. But anyway,
and we, if you're at any point, if you're interested in help with your basement or imaging things, it turns out actually we're very close. I'm in Lowell usually, so I mean, like minutes away.
Well, there you go. Anyway, there you go.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. And so now we'll move on to the next thing, I think.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Okay, and aforementioned next thing is we had Thomas Giacchi give a presentation on Apple II Disc in Kansas City, and we weren't able to actually there's not time to put the presentation in the stream, but we were able to have him join us to do. Actually, I need to bring him up into the panelists here, but well, he's going to join us to do a Q&A. This so just briefly. The Apple II Disc device he described, in his words, it says it's a Disc 2 controller. His presentation talked about how the disk protection works and how the bits were written, and his device is one that both serves as a disk emulator and as a flux reader. And so I think he will. Well, if you haven't seen the talk, definitely go see the talk. But now you can ask him questions if you saw the talk and have questions. So I see him.
And I'm here.
Yes. Okay.
And I'm just trying to find the chat here again because it rejoined me and it disabled the chat. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. We're good.
If anyone has questions, please put them in the Discord channel or in the Zoom chat. and I'll see if I can find some to feed you if you don't see any.
Okay, sounds good. Nothing yet, but for those who watched the video very quickly, I'll just kind of recap. Basically, it's an all-in-one copier, ripper, stream ripper, emulator, image server, everything you could possibly imagine you want to do with a box on Apple II as far as floppies, it does. And it does it at a pretty good price point. I am offering a discount to KFest, and those who back me on Kickstarter, it's ordinarily gonna be like $279, but I'm gonna do it for $199. Okay, we got a question here. The WAS disk image reference says the MC3470 returns false ones after long strings. Yes, I do not see that actually happening on a scope. If I take a look at what's coming off the actual drive itself, I do not see false ones coming in. Maybe after hundreds or thousands of bits, you might see one come in, but not after 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. Those are always solid zeros. What happens is, though, the one comes in falsely because of the instantaneous speed variation. So it's not that it's actually changing a 0 to a 1, it's inserting an extra 0 in front of that one. So it looks like a weak bit, because sometimes it'll be there, sometimes it won't be there. Once I'm in the beta state, I'm happy to send folks, if you want to review one, absolutely, I'd be happy to. Just reach out to me in my email. Is the Kickstarter already live? No, it's going live end of the first week of August is the current call. It might be the second week. I'd like to have the beta boards out for production before I get there. So that's where that's happening. Okay. Yep, Zoom chat. Yep. Any other questions? I'm open to anything on the topic, copy protection, device itself. And I was just cool. I'm rebooting my Apple II YouTube channel very soon. I look forward to it. Okay, cool. Be happy to work with you. And due to popular feedback from KansasFest, so thank you everybody. I decided and spent this week sketching some documents and schematics together. I'm going to be able to take a chunk of what I've already developed and basically produce a Wi-Fi emulator that doesn't have all the other functionality, but can play all the images and have a nice Wi-Fi interface to it, so you can select your images from it and which disks you want to boot. And as far as more information, so you can actually go to apple2disc.com. That's the current landing page. And that's the number 2, Apple II, the number 2, disc.com. I'm in the process of getting permissions to use applepreserves.com because I think that's a better name for it with less confusion. So that should hopefully go live sometime in the next few weeks. And I'll have links on the Apple II disc page for the new landing site. Yep, that's the right one. Let's see, it says, I wonder if the MC3470 behavior depends on the chip. Disk blanking and imaging over the past week. I have one drive that is very noisy when reading back even a blank disk. So, right, so a blank disk actually still has flux on it, actually, and it's not necessarily properly aligned flux, north-south kind of flux. So you could get really weirdities reading from a blank disk. So there's really no guarantee of what you're going to get there. But certainly the drive speed and instantaneous drive speed of the floppy disks really has an impact. I have some that are noisier than others as well. Let's see, there isn't another, okay, maybe a quick description how this differs from applesauce. Sure. So basically it does pretty much all the things that applesauce does, but it adds some capabilities. One of the capabilities is a pass-through mode. So you can actually still hook your floppy drives to this and boot your floppies. It's got the full emulator, so you don't need 2 products. It is going to be a Wi-Fi server. So if you have multiple twos and you use the other board, you can actually pull down images from it. So they're stored in one place. You don't need a Mac or a PC. Any web browser will work. So that makes life easier. You can take it with you and use it wherever you happen to be, at KansasFest or other things. And I have two other modes for copying that Applesauce can't do because it doesn't actually hook to the computer. The first is boot rip mode, which I demoed, where basically you boot the floppy and it actually watches all the head movements and then we'll go out and image those tracks. So it knows exactly which data to image, which is a nice time saver. You don't have to mess around, try to figure out where my data is on the disk. And the other mode I have is called slipstream copy, where you boot the actual game program that you're trying to run, and it will actually intercept all the bits just as they're about to hit the Apple II state sequencer and rip those into a specialized file with track timing, so that you can then replay and have an exact image, weak bits, everything already taken care of, because you know those are the same bits that the Apple saw. Any other questions? Somebody's typing.
Yeah, I think that you're at a slight disadvantage here, I suppose, just because some of the people may not have seen that the video was available ahead of time.
Yep.
So you could also, I suppose, there's a couple minutes left if you wanted to, recall the highlights of the questions from the Kansas City question period that you got. You could re-answer some, I suppose.
So basically, most of those were pretty small. There weren't that many that day. I think everybody was kind of shell-shocked with the COVID and the like. So we were kind of hurrying through it. But certainly, any questions can be sent to the info link on the Apple II disk. And if we don't get them covered here, I'm happy to answer anything, get back to you. Let's see. Malfunct wrote, part of my experience with Applesauce is that to work with complex copy protection, you really need to understand how the hardware and software work. Yes, it does reduce the complexity. That's one of the whole points behind it. And that's the whole point of boot rip mode. So you don't have to figure out where the tracks are. It'll find it out and figure it out for you. For things, let's say like Choplifter or Phantoms 5 or High Orbit, things like that, that don't go back to the disk regularly. They boot and may have an intro screen and then another little bit of loading. Those can be ripped into slipstream mode and you can play those back and you don't need to know anything. Literally, it's just create a slipstream image, boot your Apple II, and you've got a working image to run from. So it's a lot simpler. Right now, it's only 5 1/4 discs. 3 1/2 will come at some point. I don't happen to have one of the 3 1/2 that's not a smart port. So if somebody does have one, I'd be happy to work with you. The hardware itself can support it physically. I just don't have those lines being brought out to the connectors. So if there's enough interest, I'll recut a new board, and anybody who's already bought one, I'll send them an upgrade for the $25 or $30 that it cost me to build a new board. So there won't be any problem for future proofing it. I want to support the community. Yes, the link is not coming up on the Kickstarters yet because the Kickstarter is not live yet, so I didn't activate the link. But the Kickstarter will be available mid-month in August, and that link will become active, and you'll be able to link right through it with no problem. In the meantime, if you want to support me, you can just send me an info and say, "Hey, I want to support you," and I'll have you on the list. By the way, I appreciate all the good questions. It's fun to actually have a conversation about it.
Yeah, and if nothing else, this can serve as a teaser, to go watch your presentation. It is available. If you're in the Discord, the link is available. We can make sure that it's more widely available.
Let's see. There should be a way for us to sign up on Kickstarter to be notified when it does go live. So it's not yet. I will be setting that up very soon, and you'll be able to then get notifications when it does go live. I'm just in the process of starting that. How far along is the prototype? Close to completion. So yes, it is close to completion. I brought boards to Kansas City and I was rushing them to get there. And I literally flipped all the pins on the processor from one side of the board to the other, which made it non-functional, which really kind of sucked because I spent $300 on boards that became basically only usable to me for testing purposes. But I've since cut new versions and they will be going out to the board house probably either this coming Friday or the Friday after. So I should have them by second, third weekish of August. Yeah, oof is right on doing that. Teaching me not to rush something, right? I was still able to test all the functionality out of everything else. I just had to manually wire from the processor to it. So it wasn't so bad, but it would have been much nicer just to plug the cables in and have everything work. But it's all the functionality is hard is there. Yeah. Yeah, nobody's ever made a mistake like that. I'm the first in the world. I'll take first honors. So this is great. I know we have a limited time, so I don't want to run over.
Yeah, I think I was going to just say that. I think we probably have kind of hit the limit on the time, since we need to have a break before the last section. But cool. Thank you for coming, and at least we got some of the questions
yep, and
answered.
keep posting in Discord. I'll keep answering them as long as the channel's available.
Yep, and it should remain available for a while.
Cool.
Right.
Thanks, everybody.
Right. Thanks. And yeah, I guess maybe just to as a reminder on that, tomorrow there's going to be several, I think 6, maybe 7 talks where the talk is available in advance, but we don't have time in the stream to put it in. So I'll put the playlist in the Discord again, and it was sent around to the KFest mailing list. So if you have a chance between now and then to watch the talks, if you haven't, they will be available. The presenters will be available for Q&A tomorrow. Okay, so now I guess we're going to break, and it's a 15-minute break, and then after that, there will be 2 more talks in the day 1 wrap-up. So, but first the break. Okay, I think it is. I think it is now time to resume. We will the next thing that will happen here is we have a talk by Stephen Buggy called Apple IIc Enhanced EPROM Chip. And we will start that now.
Oh, okay. Let's see. To introduce myself, this is the 9th time I've been to KansasFest. My first year was 1996, and it was at the other college, Avila College. And the most memorable thing about Avila compared to Rockhurst is that there were a fair number of complaints about the food over there. And I've not heard any complaints here at Rockhurst in the 8 years that I've been here in Rockhurst. So I guess we're glad that they moved to this campus. Let's see. Now, EPROMs are these little chips with a window on them. Let's see, we'll see that on the next. Right over here on the. Oh, okay. Can you move it over there for the projector? Oh, okay, sure. Whoops, let's see. There. Whoops, let's see, okay. EPROMs are little chips with a quartz glass clear window on them, and inside is a little lattice work of metal parts. Viewed under a microscope, it's incredible what you see. I mean, it's just amazing how much information goes into an EPROM, and yet the technology is roughly about 40 years old. I mean, I'm sure that if you have things like iPhone and that measures memory in gigabytes, it's in even a much smaller space. But that disk that I've given everybody in this packet, when you copy the contents of the EPROM onto a floppy disk, if it's a big EPROM like for the IIc, it takes about 5 to 15 minutes just to scroll through all of the contents of that EPROM. I mean, to think that there's that much information on that little metal thing inside just seems amazing. But then, of course, I marvel when you get gigabytes onto modern things. Let's see, the common sizes for EPROMs. Now EPROMs are used in many different technology-oriented subjects. And of course, for us, it's Apple II computers. The PC world in the early years used a pair of EPROMs. I would dig them out of waste motherboard places, and it always seemed like the PCs used 2 of them. The Apple IIe, I think, used 4 of them. One of these is actually a language EPROM because, of course, Apple IIcs were sold across many different countries. In Canada, they would want to have a French language EPROM because the French use a lot of special punctuation characters above the letters. And so by changing that one EPROM, it's fully compatible with French. Germany's got similar special characters above the numbers. There you can see these are those little quartz windows there. Now, so one of these was for the language for the keyboard, and the other 3 were all for general things in the IIe. The Apple IIc was introduced several years later, and the one EPROM, the 256K EPROM, is what does it for the IIc. All of this stuff is in that one EPROM. Now, I don't know about foreign languages. Maybe there's another way to encode the special characters, or maybe when they sold it in France or Germany, maybe they just put a totally different EPROM in there. EPROMs are used in other areas too. used EPROMs are available on eBay. And I remember one year I bought, I think it was 24 EPROMs that said Zeiss Optics on it. Now, Zeiss Optics is a German company, and I am sure they're ranked as #1 in the camera world. Well, Nikon would fight over that rating, but I think that Zeiss goes back even further into the past. The reason I bought them, of course, is that you can erase the EPROMs and record other things on there. Okay, let's see. The first number shows the capacity of that EPROM. The bigger the number, the more capacity. Like this is the most of the ones that are shown here. Then if there is a dash with another number, that one is a relative speed number. And in general, if a device uses more than one EPROM, it's better to have the same speed on them. We notice the same thing with Apple memory chips. You know, you don't want to mix speeds in the same computer because it's likely to get screwed up in some way. Let's see, this book I bought and I've read it, Experiments with EPROMs. I think the book was written in the late 80s, the high point of EPROMs. By the way, EPROMs are still being made. I buy blank ones on eBay. It doesn't matter whether they're used or new because I can erase any of them. That'll be a topic coming up a little bit later on the pictures. About halfway through, I will report on my own experiment. I thought that if this is the main book on EPROMs, I should do some experiment too. And the experiment that I will report is whether uranium radiation can erase EPROMs. I'll report on that in about 5 minutes. Now, this and the next picture have a story of their own. I started preparing this talk about 6 months ago, but I couldn't find my EPROM chip. Dang, let's see, I thought I stuck it in here. I searched and searched and searched. I did the graphics about 6 weeks ago, and I still couldn't find it. So what I did is, in order to have something to put on a picture, I contrived this. Now, maybe you can tell the name of this is serial. That means serial processing, like the, what is it, the super serial card in the II. I wanted to get a card that would have dip switches on. This one has 2 rows of dip switch. Anyway, about a week before the trip, I finally found the card and I brought it. But dang, I guess I forgot to bring it down here. But anyway, it doesn't matter that I didn't bring it down here. You have the picture, a close-up picture of that EPROM programmer card in this packet here. I did it close up so you can read everything in the picture, but this is the actual EPROM card, and the EPROM card can reproduce EPROMs, make perfect copies of them. It requires much more, many more steps than the Cadillac of EPROM burners, which you're going to see pictures of in just a few minutes. The one I call the Cadillac of EPROM burners can do 8 of them at a time, all perfect. I've never found even one error on the copying of those EPROMs because in addition to copying 8 at a time, it tests every chip in there. So if you load up all 8 blank slots, it takes it longer than just doing one because it actually tests everything after it's copied them. By the way, if you picked up any of those brown envelopes I put on the giveaway table today, or I think on Wednesday I put it there for the giveaway, it includes EPROM that says KFest 2C when you put it into a 2C. It replaces Apple 2C with the word KFest 2C, so it'll keep reminding you about get signed up for next year's KansasFest. Let me pass this around though. This is the instruction sheet for how to fit the EPROM into your 2C. If the 2C is already enhanced, all you got to do is pop the other EPROM out and fit this in, and that's it. If your 2C is unenhanced, then you need to do 2 little soldering changes on the motherboard. So let me just pass these around. I mean, this will just give you an idea. Oh yeah, good. This will just give you an idea how much work is required. That little bit of soldering is pretty simple. I suppose it would scare some people that you have to solder the board. It's where you open up one connection, you scrape it off, and then you put a drop of solder on another different connection. But anyway, I put this one on in the pictures because I made it about 6 weeks ago. There is a big chip holder. There's a lever somewhere. Dang it. I'm not sure. You see it somewhere? Oh yeah, there. Oh yeah, there's the lever thing. You lay it in. Now this one is actually one of these chip holders for 40 pins. The actual number of pins on EPROMs is either 28 pins or 24 pins. Anyway, I did find the actual EPROM about a week ago, so that's what's pictured here. If you count the number of blanks there, it would be 28. And there's only one row of dip switches there, but again, unless you have that 5 1/4 inch floppy, you wouldn't be able to use that card. So save this package for any future time that you come to KansasFest. You know, you just might find one of these things. It's labeled as EPROM programmer. If you find one next year, then you can use the disc. So don't throw away the disc. Okay. Now this is the same picture, but with 256K EPROM stuck in there. You notice there's a lot of empty spaces there. Let's see now, the EPROMs can always be erased and rewritten. There's a lot of EPROMs sold on eBay. I would say anytime you go to eBay and search for EPROM, you'll probably see at least 50 different ads. Most of them are used, but occasionally get new ones. The prices vary tremendously, just like everything on eBay. Some people trying to get 20 bucks for one, and others selling them for maybe $2. But I'd say the average price on eBay is roughly about $4 for them, but you do have to erase them. And this kind of EPROM eraser you can buy on eBay. It's roughly about $25. The trouble is it can only hold about 7 or 8 EPROMs in this little small drawer in there. I added that LED light to it. By the way, the markings on this thing are wrong. This is a timer, but it's not just 6 minutes. It's more like these are tens of minutes. So when you erase it, I would say it takes a minimum of 1 hour, and most of the time I do 2 hours while erasing the chips. My own homemade eraser is much better. Oh wait, that's the inside of the thing you just saw. Notice the bluish looking light? That's what ultraviolet looks like. By the way, ultraviolet comes in many different wavelengths, and whatever is the most destructive wavelength is probably what the EPROM burner uses. But you got to take precautions not to look at it. Of course, when I use this thing, I shut the drawer. But with the other one, I put a cloth over the whole thing with a pilot light on it. There's my homemade one, and when I say that is better than this one, I can erase about 45 EPROMs in this one. I've put sort of sticky things on all of the sides, and then I push the EPROMs onto it. You see these up here? those are all being erased. Mostly I use this eraser rather than that one because it can do more of it at a time. I think that over the years, I think I have probably erased and re-recorded 300 to maybe 400 EPROMs. I mean, I don't really keep count of it, but it's quite a lot, especially with that Cadillac of EPROM burners that does 8 at a time. The bulb is only a 4-watt bulb. I bought the bulb in a pet store about 10 years ago when I set this up. Pet stores do it because people put this in their fish aquarium to sterilize the water in which the fishes swim. I put this Christmas bulb here on the end because I put like a dishcloth over the whole thing, and this is a reminder that the power is turned on. Okay. Let's see, here's just another picture. Looks like that bulb has been turned off. Again, you can easily see the chips in the erasing machines. It takes roughly 2 hours. Oh, what I do with the big one is I run them for about 2 hours, then I pop them all out, and then I randomly reposition them in the eraser because if the bulb is close to one of the two ends, it's not getting as much ultraviolet light as if it's in the middle part. So I figure if I erase them with one arrangement, then pop them all out, put them back in, then most of them are in a different position than the first time and more likely to be totally erased. Because of course, if the capacity of the EPROM is 256,000 bits, you want to make sure every bit has been erased. Let's see, here's that experiment that I did. Now, my other hobby is uranium and Geiger counters. My wife hassles me for occasionally. I mean, we're married 50 years as of last year, so she's mostly put up with me over the years. But she allows me to come to KansasFest, but she's never shown interest in traveling here. Beginning about 15 years ago, I started collecting uranium because we live close to the richest uranium field in the entire USA. It's called Jurassic Canyon near Grants, New Mexico, 60 miles away. And the uranium was deposited there in the ground about 200 million years ago when this area was full of dinosaurs. The Mount Taylor extinct volcano right next to the uranium field 200 million years ago was spewing uranium from the center of the Earth. And it is the richest uranium field that has already been mined. So I've been out there about 35 times, multi-day trips. Also, I always try to get people to come with me because about the only risk there is rattlesnakes. I've never been bit by rattlesnake. I've only seen one. 2 other people with me have seen 2. Anyway, what I did is I wanted to see whether uranium can erase the EPROM chips. This is a rock with 94,000 counts per minute on that spot. Now, I moved these things as close to that spot as I could. I tested them for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours about a month ago. No erasure whatsoever. So a couple days before coming to KansasFest, I used the most radioactive rock I have ever found, 186,000 counts per minute. And I tested it in the same way, 186,000, that is very high radiation. I mean, high radiation is 40,000 and up. So even 90 some is pretty high, but 186, the highest I would ever find, I think. I tested them with this more powerful rock for 1 hour, 2 hours, and 9 hours. Overnight was the 9-hour measurement. Again, absolutely no erasure of the chip. So the conclusion is radiation does not erase the EPROM. By the way, this is the best Geiger counter company in the country. I've been there about 3 years ago for a 2-hour tour. Ludlam, every component in a Ludlam Geiger counter is made in USA. I think they get some governmental preference if a university or government agency buys it. But both Ludlam and Bicron make the same claim. Every part in there is made in USA. Now, when copying the EPROMs, something like, say, the II EPROM, you start with one that works, an enhanced EPROM that does work. And you need this disk that's in here to recopy it from the EPROM onto a floppy disk. Again, it shows how important keeping this disk is. Like the one that I put out on the giveaway table was made with this disc here, KFS 2C. By the way, I also made a few others. I made Obama 2C, but I didn't sell even one. I was thinking of making similar ones with the current leaders in that field, but I skipped it because nobody got that one. Oh, well, okay. Well, that's why I didn't name the current ones. Let's see, here's WAS 2C. That should be a popular one. Anyway, so you recopy the contents of it onto a floppy disk. And then when you go to make copies, you put it into the disk reader, and it reads them the other way, but you have to instruct it to read it in the other direction. That's why you got to really hold on to this disk. Don't throw it away. These are some of the II disks here. Now, this is the opening screen on that disk. You notice it's called Super EPROM Programmer Card. That's the title I wrote on each of these disks. And let's see, how to use this card. I would recommend, even though you don't yet have this disk, just keep looking for it if you see it anywhere. Take a look at that, because you'll see it's actually pretty complicated, the number of steps that they give you to go through. And that's why I say you really need this disk. If you found the card but had lost the disk, the interface card will not be useful. Let's see, wait, let me skip these two. Yeah, this is contents of the dish. It does give very specific instruction on how to copy the disk. It's all pretty clear, but again, it's a lot of detail, and you just got to follow it line by line, or it will screw up. Maybe you could print this out, and it'd be easier just to follow it on paper. Here are examples. 256K EPROM, that's what the II uses. So look at all these steps. You know, first you got to read the first half of the ROM in, and then save it, then read the second half of the ROM in. That's the way that this interface card works. Its maximum capacity is 128, and the II ROM is 250. This thing I call the Cadillac of EPROM burners can do the entire thing in one sweep. There it is. Look at that. I paid $400 for this about, I don't know, 8 or 10 years ago. But it is just great. It's made in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The company Logical Devices moved to the Denver area now. And you put the master chip here and 8 blanks there. It tests each blank to make sure that they're all empty. You get a red light if there's anything still recorded on the chip. I put that little white mark on there just as emphasis that you have to put the chip in a particular you have to put the notch in a particular particular direction. These are just buttons for the going through the steps. Another view, I put 2 of them in over there. Here's a view from the top. This is about the only thing you'd call a display, but it says OK. Now, there was somebody selling one identical to this 2 weeks ago on eBay for $125. I paid $400 for mine, and mine is totally paid off probably 3 or 4 times. I sell the EPROMs on eBay for just $12, and I've far exceeded the $400 that I paid for this thing. This guy in Simpsonville, South Carolina, is selling it for $125, but no guarantee, no returns. I told him if I announce this at KansasFest, I would read whatever statement that he might write, and I could read it to people here because it looks identical, and it did give the OK up here in his picture. I think that the OK means that everything in the circuitry it probably goes through some kind of self-test every time you turn it on. I would say it's probably 80% chance the thing works perfectly. And then he stopped advertising it about a week ago, so I guess somebody bought it for $125. Oh yeah, let's see. This is the close-up here of the display. 256 means you put the 256K EPROM in. That's the size for the 2C. Notice that they don't use 5 volts. You know, I think we always assume electronics in a computer runs on 5 volts, right? Isn't that what we always assume? They use 12 volts for this particular one. And in the early years of EPROMs, many EPROMs required 3 separate voltages while copying into that EPROM. I guess that now it's just 1 voltage for the whole operation. Just another view there, you can see there it says KFest 2C, the master. Look at this. This is an ad. I think if I just told you this, a lot of people would say, more BS out of Buggy or something. Look at this price. Do you see that? $720. Somebody was asking for this. By the way, the guy in South Carolina was selling for $125. He was also adding $60 for shipping. I think this one is free shipping, but still $720 is sky high. Now, you might wonder, how do you customize the content of the EPROM? The one limitation of the Cadillac of EPROM burners is it copies the entire thing, but it has no way to alter the contents of it. Well, the way to customize it, notice I put my own name here on this familiar software. I bet at least half of you use this for copying discs, right? Let's see, copy 2 plus. What you do is you go into the book. If you have the book, there is about 15 pages in this called sector editing. And sector editing tells you how to change specific words in what is written. It's kind of focused on written text. I don't think you can edit pictures with this. Never tried it. But what sector editing does, you tell it the words that you want to change. Let's say the original says John Jones, University of Nowhere on it. What you do is to find that, you type in the exact words that you want it to find. It will search the entire disk to find them, and then it will stop right at that point. So if it's John Jones, University of Nowhere, it'll search through the entire floppy disk, and then it will show you where on the disk it is. Then you delete all of those words and write in your favored words, and it will write them on the floppy disk. And not only does it write them on the floppy disk, but every time you copy that disk, the new writing will show up. Okay? Now, so to customize your CD-ROMs, like how did I put KFest 2C on? You do exactly that. You create the disk with the wording that you want. By the way, for the heading on the opening thing, it's limited to 9 characters. Okay, so if with sector editing, you can do an entire line, I'm sure, maybe even more than that. But KFest 2C was under 9 characters, so it worked. Once you've done the sector editing, and by the way, this was something I just picked up upstairs. My favorite of Copy 2 Plus version 9.1, because that's the mouse version of software. Okay. Whoops, okay. Hey, there's the book I just mentioned. There was one of these with that color up there, but I left that one. Okay, I've already got 2 copies. I mean, I'd be hogging the Copy 2 Plus, but if anybody doesn't have Copy 2 Plus and you'd like a photocopy of that section, I do have a photocopier in my house, and I'd be happy to mail you a photocopy of this section. Okay? But the customizing, I think, is limited to text. I just don't know how you can alter illustrations. Yeah, let's see. There is the screen that we just saw a minute ago. That's it. Okay. Any questions, though?
All right. Actually, as it turns out, we don't really have time for questions, and I don't think Professor Buggy was here. So we're going to move on to the next talk, but thank you, Stephen Buggy, for that. So the next talk is Ken Gagne talking about life as an Apple II nomad. I will bring that up now.
So hi everybody, thank you for coming to this talk at KansasFest 2023. I'm here to talk to you about my life as an Apple II nomad and its intersection with the Apple II community. I am an Apple II nomad. So the actual title is a digital nomad, and I want to make sure we all start on the same page by answering the question, what is a digital nomad? So there are a lot of different definitions out there. It might vary based on who you ask. My definition is a digital nomad is somebody who has a job that is independent of a physical geographic location. So they don't need to be in a particular spot to do their job. And they use that freedom to travel more than half the year. So some people, for example, they do have a home that they live in 6 months of the year, and then they get in an RV and they travel the other 6 months. I'll show you how it is that I do my traveling. But first I want to talk about how did I become a nomad? I've been coming to KansasFest for 26 years. Those of you who have known me for a while, this may feel like a relatively recent change in my lifestyle, and it kind of is. And it's largely based on my career. So my career was, I was an editor at Computer World magazine. They've been around since the 1960s. It's published by the same company that does Macworld, PC World, GamePro, Insider, A+. So I was in their office for almost 6 years as an editor, and in central Massachusetts. And then after that, I spent 5 years at various hospitals in the Boston area, not as a patient, but on the marketing team. I was running their websites, their Twitter account, writing some feature stories, and the like. And a lot of that, so I went from writing about technology to actually implementing technology and actually launching websites for some of these hospitals. But none of the companies I worked for used content management systems that I enjoyed. Drupal, Sitecore, TeamSite, Joomla. I was using all these things, never really enjoyed them. Whereas the software I was using on my own time for all my Apple II websites, like OpenApple and JuiceJS and KansasFest, were WordPress. And I was like, well, I really want to make WordPress a part of my daily life. So I applied to the company Automatic, because they are the company that makes WordPress.com. Their CEO is the co-inventor of WordPress. and I landed a job there as a project manager. Now, Automatic was founded 18 years ago, and they've never had an office. They've been completely distributed since day one. They have 2,000 employees now, scattered around 90 different countries. We work wherever we want, whenever we want. We do get together occasionally in person. Here we are in the Netherlands back in October of 2019, and I am in the back there. That is me. This is the team I was on at the time. We were about 120 of us, all flew in from around the globe to get together. Now, one thing about me, part of my brand, if you know me well, is that I really love dogs. I just go nuts over dogs. And I've always wanted a dog, but I was always so busy with my life, working 9 to 5, doing community theater, going to grad school, whatever at night. I didn't have time to have a dog. But I thought, okay, now I have a job that I can work from home. I can be home 40 hours a week taking care of my dog, taking it for walks on my lunch break, whatever. So this is finally a point in my life where I'm able to do that. So I asked my landlord, I said, hey, I've been a model tenant for the 5 years I've been living in your apartment. It's a 2-story house. You let the people on the first floor have a dog? I would like a dog too. And he said, okay. So I spent the next 3 months applying to rescues, doing site visits, background checks, meeting candidates, etc. And then while I was at KansasFest 2019, so 4 years ago, I texted him and I say, hey, I found a dog. I'd like to adopt this one. Obviously, I want to do it with your approval, full transparency and communication. Is that okay? And he said, he sent me back a rather troubling text. He said, no, I changed my mind. You can't have a dog and you should move out. So that was pretty upsetting to have just been in one place for 5 years and be told I'm no longer welcome. And it happened while I was on vacation at KansasFest. The good news is that this is a problem I've solved before. I've moved a lot. I know how to find an apartment. I know how to pack things up, get them from one place to the other, learn a new environment. So I started doing that. I was looking at apartments online. And then the Friday of KansasFest, a Friday much like this one, that evening we were having the pizza party. After we were done, people had left. I was sticking around to clean up. And I was standing right about where Martin is now. And I was describing the situation to Kay Savitz, who was standing right about where Jay is now. And how I was looking at places in Boston, and it was seeming expensive. And Kay, who lives near Portland, Oregon, said, you could move closer to me in Portland. And that's when I realized I could move to Portland, or Santa Fe, or Chicago, or Nashville, or Tampa, or Los Angeles. I could move anywhere. There was no reason I had to be paying Boston rent, because my job was no longer there. This was my first time moving after getting a fully remote job. And so you might think that my reaction to this realization might have been one of joy and rapture. But in reality, my reaction to that realization that I had in this room on that Friday of KansasFest 2019 was less Bilbo Baggins and more Roy Kent. I was actually really upset by this realization. And I'll get to why, but it was clear. It wasn't just this was going on in my head. I immediately sank into the nearest chair and just put my head in my hands. And somebody else in the room, who was standing about where Ed is in the back, didn't want to disrupt whatever was happening in my head. So they texted me from within the same room and said, are you okay? And I said, I'm considering a big life change. It hit me like an anvil. It's a lot to think about. So here's the problem with that lifestyle. The problem is that I'm an Apple II user. And Apple II users, they like constraints. The Apple II, it has a 1 megahertz CPU, 140K of storage, 64K RAM. And if we really wanted to and needed to, we can expand those. We can make it run at 800 megahertz, and we can throw 16 gigs of RAM at it. But that's really how you solve problems with modern computers. With Apple II computers, we tend not to work around those limitations. We tend to work within them, because constraints breed creativity. We want to see, what can we make it do with 1 megahertz? What can we make it do with 64K of RAM? So we embrace the totality of the platform. We don't go wide, we go deep with the Apple II. And that's kind of how I had lived my life for 40 years. I was born and raised in Massachusetts, and I loved to travel. I traveled extensively. I'd been to 46 of our 50 states. I'd been to 11 countries, 4 continents. But no matter where I went, I always came home to Massachusetts. That's where I lived. And I'd lived there for a long time, 32 years in the same county, 40 years in the same state, never farther than 40 minutes from where I grew up. So just like the Apple II, those were my constraints. And I knew Massachusetts really well. I had a lot of connections there. I was recognized as one of the city's best storytellers. I was on the adjunct faculty of a local college. And I knew if I became a nomad, I'd have to give all that up. But I also knew if I didn't become a nomad, I would regret it. This was a unique moment in my life. No property, no dependents, no job in person. I had to take that chance. So I loaded up my car, the Juice GS Mobile, little Prius. You might expect it to be a big SUV for this kind of lifestyle, but nope, it's a Prius. Threw a bike rack on the roof. And the first stop I made was not that far away. I just went from central Massachusetts to Syracuse, New York, because that's where Juice GS associate editor Andy Malloy lives. And I wanted to spend some time with my good friend Andy. Every December, when I'm putting together the December issue of Juice GS, Andy is the associate editor, and he has a hard time contributing to that issue because every December he is helping organize a vendor, an arts and crafts fair as a fundraiser for his local peace council. And so instead of berating him and saying, you really need to prioritize Juice GS, I went to Syracuse and I said, Andy, I really want to see and be a part of this thing that is so important to you that you've been contributing to for decades. I don't want to just attend it. I want to be a part of it. I want to volunteer. So I was actually able to man the merch table at his vendor fair and actually see this thing that he'd been telling me about for so long. And it was great to be a part of his life in that way. From there, I went a little bit down the South Coast to North Carolina, got to hang out with Charles Mangan, David Schmidt, and Mark Pilgrim, 2 of whom have been to KansasFest before. David Schmidt is on the Juice GS staff, and I had never met him before. He's been writing for us for years, and I'd never met him. So it was great to finally put a face to the name and hang out with him. And then I headed a little bit west to Ohio. I was on my way to Chicago. I stopped to visit Stavros and his wife, Ashley. Had a great time, just one night layover, went out for dinner. On the way out of the house, though, I forgot my scale, my bathroom scale, at their house. Didn't realize it until I was already halfway to Chicago. And I said, don't worry about it. You know, Stavros, it's March. I'll see you in 4 months at KansasFest. I'll get it back then. That was March 7th of 2020. I had an itinerary for the rest of the year, and it went up in flames. 8 of my next 11 stops all got canceled because of this little thing called the pandemic. I was not anticipating that when I started this lifestyle 5 months earlier. The pandemic is not a time when you want to be around a lot of people. But I'm an extrovert. I like being around people. So I was like, how am I going to balance these 2 things? Well, again, back to the reason I'm a nomad in the first place. I moved to the desert of Arizona, and I spent the whole first summer of the pandemic fostering dogs. It was great. They all got adopted eventually. From there, I went all the way to the West Coast, to Oregon. Got to hang out with my friend Peter Neubauer, where I went kayaking in Bend, Oregon. Also in Bend, I hung out with another K-Fest alumni, Marcus Adams, where we went snowshoeing, and he made me a shirt, Juice GS, and I gave him the magazine, Juice GS. And then I went to hang out with the person who got me on this road in the first place, Kay Savitz, and gave them Juice GS as well. And that's when I started having an idea. In my travels to Portland, I passed through Montana. And there was this really small town that I never would have recognized, except I'd seen it before on the mailing label of a Juice GS envelope. I have a subscriber in this town. And I thought I should stop in and say hello. But then I thought, well, a stranger knocking on your door unannounced is generally not welcome, especially during a pandemic, in the first few months of the pandemic. And I was like, I'll send him a postcard, and that's what I did. But then I had another opportunity to do something similar a few months later, in December. When I was visiting Kay in Portland, I made a day trip up to Seattle. And there are a lot of Juice.js subscribers in Seattle, including one along the way. And I thought, okay, this is kind of the same thing. Strangers showing up unannounced during a pandemic, but now I have something to give him, the latest issue of Juice.js, because it had just come out that week. So I'm going to deliver Juice.js to him. I'm going to be a personal delivery man for Juice.js. So I drive up to Seattle. I knock on this guy's door. He opens the door. I'm holding the magazine. I say, hi, I'm Ken Gagnon, the editor and publisher of Juice.js. And he says, congratulations. It's like, oh, okay, you're okay. I gave him the magazine. He was like, okay. He went inside. I was like, okay, this is still a flawed formula. I haven't gotten this down yet. The problem is not necessarily that I'm showing up or that's a pandemic or that I'm delivering Juice.js. The problem is that I'm doing it unannounced. So a few months later, for the March issue, I was in San Francisco. A lot of Juice.js subscribers in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley. So I created a form online. I emailed all my Bay Area subscribers, and I said, if you would like to opt in to personal delivery of Juice.js, fill out this form. I will show up on a time that I give you on this Saturday. We will interact only outdoors and only masked because there were no vaccines yet. And I will give you Juice.js. And 8 people signed up. So I plotted a route. It was hundreds of miles, took about 6 hours of driving. And I went to each person one by one and gave them Juice.js. Now, some of those individuals, they just took the magazine, said thanks, posed for a quick selfie, and went inside. That's cool. A couple of people had actually set out chairs and a pitcher of lemonade outside, and we got to hang out outside. There is Forrest Lowe, who's here at KansasFest. And we chatted for like an hour. It was great, talking all about beta testing Nox Archaeist. Out of the 8 people I met, only 2 I had met before at KansasFest. The other 6 were completely new. And the reception was, it was awesome to get to meet these people, and I think they enjoyed it too. There was one person who I knocked on the door, he opened the door, and I said, hi, I'm Ken Gagnon of Juice.js, and I have the latest issue here for you. And before he said or did anything, he looked over his shoulder and said, honey, kids, it's Ken Gagnon. And they all came outside, and we stood about 6 feet apart talking for over an hour. Because even on a good day, it's rare that you have an opportunity to talk to somebody else in person about the Apple II. And you add in a pandemic on top of that, and you got a lot of pent-up nerdness that you got to get out. And I was that outlet, and I was thrilled to do so. So I also do a video called 1 second every day. I record 1 second of video every day, and at the end of the year, I have a 7-minute video that encapsulates the entire year. I recorded a bunch of seconds that day, and I made a little montage where apparently there's no sound, and we had just all said Apple II. And so that they all made it into my 1 second compilation. Another cool interaction that happened while I was in the Bay Area was in the form of museums. In Oakland, across the bridge from Alameda, where I was staying, looking for the nuclear vessels, is the Museum of Art and Digital Entertainment, or the MADE, M-A-D-E. I backed their Kickstarter to launch like 10 years ago. I'm one of their Patreon backers. One day they said, we're having an open house drop-off. If you have anything you want to donate to the MADE, just come on by and we'll take it. I was like, great. So I went on by with some issues of Juice.js. I've been mailing them stuff for years, video game stuff. But I was like, here's an opportunity to introduce myself in person and give them Juice.js. And it was great to meet them in person. That's Alex Handy, the founder of the MADE. And now they have a complete collection of Juice.js. I thought, oh, this is a great opportunity as I'm traveling to look for other opportunities to do this. So a few years ago, 5 years ago, Kay Savitz organized a tour for us at KFest to go to the Linda Hall Library of Science and Technology within walking distance of here. We went to a Apollo moon landing trivia night, which was pretty cool. And so I emailed them. I was like, hey, I was there for your tour 5 years ago, and would you be interested in accepting a collection of Juice.js to your archives? And they said, we'd love that. So after KFest last year, I spent the entire month of August in Kansas City. I stayed here after you all went home. And I brought over a complete collection of Juice.js, and now that's in their archives as well. But my favorite incident like that was at the American Computer and Robotics Museum in Bozeman, Montana, the country's oldest computer museum. I'd never been there, and I was there with 2 friends, and we were doing the tour. I got to see some great computers. There's an Apple II right there. And the museum is closing time, so we're leaving, which of course makes you go through the gift shop. And I saw the book Cult of Mac, which I'd never seen in person before. We'd reviewed it in Juice.js, but I'd never seen it or read it myself. So I picked it up and I was flipping through it and I went to the index. This is a book about the Macintosh, but I was curious, do they say anything about KansasFest in this book? So I flipped to the index, go to K, it says like go to page 173. I was like, cool. And sure enough, there's a page all about KansasFest. There's Kate, there's Peter Neubauer, Henry Corbis. That's the garage giveaway. Pretty cool. So that's on one page of the book. And what shocks me to see on the other page is Juice.js. And there's a whole write-up about it. And under it, it says, edited and published by Ken Gagne, a teacher at Emerson College in Massachusetts. And right there in the middle of the gift shop, I say, holy crap, that's me! Except with more vulgar language. And the docent who had been giving us the tour, he says, what? I said, that's me here in this book. Look out the window. See the Prius with the license plate juiced? That's me. And he says, holy crap, that's you. I was like, I know, that's what I'm saying. So he took a picture of me with that book standing in front of an Apple I signed by Steve Wozniak. And I said, you know, I didn't come here with my magazine, but I'm going to be passing through Bozeman again in a month. If you'd like, I can drop off a complete collection of every issue of Juice.js for your archives. And they said, that'd be wonderful. So a month later, I went back and personally delivered the latest issue of Juice.js with a floppy disk and all the issues that had ever come before that. And now that's in their collection, which I was not expecting when I opened up the Cult of Mac book in their gift shop. So museums are a place where you go to see things that don't really exist in nature anymore. You know, they're sort of dead to the world. Which also describes some of the Apple II users I went to see on my trip. So Joe Cohn, for example, was a KansasFest attendee. He was a writer for Insider A+. He wrote about shareware programs for the Apple II. And when Insider A+ folded, he took his column, writing for them, called Shareware Solutions, and he made his own magazine, Shareware Solutions 2, which he published from 1993 to 1999. Before Juice.js ever existed, he was publishing Shareware Solutions 2. He was here at several of my first K-Fest. I got to buy Shareware Solutions 2 right from him in person. And sadly, he passed away in 2010 from cancer. When I was in the Bay Area distributing Juice.js to subscribers, Ewan Wanup, who's been to KansasFest and is the author of Spectrum, he's on the Juice.js staff, and he said, Ken, you know, you're right across the bridge from Marin County, where Joe used to live. It's like, oh, you're right. So I went up to Marin County on a day off from work, and I went to the cemetery office, and I asked them, can you help me find my friend Joe? Here's his name, his birthday, and when he passed away. And they pulled out a map, they told me where to go, and after some wandering around, I was able to find his gravestone. Now, I'm not somebody who generally goes to cemeteries, because for me, the person isn't there. But on the other hand, this was the closest I'd been to Joe in 13 years. He was a huge influence on me when I became an Apple II user, like in the early to mid 90s on CompuServe and Genie. And I got to, as I mentioned, hang out with him at KansasFest a long time ago. He hadn't been to K-Fest in a while. And I ended up just sitting there for like an hour, just talking to him. And it really meant a lot to have that experience that I didn't even know I needed. That was 2 years ago. This year, I had some time off from work. I'm trying to get to all 50 states in my life. I had never been to Hawaii or Alaska, so I went to Hawaii for a week. I spent an entire week on Maui, and then I had 1 day on Oahu, the island that Honolulu's on. And how did I want to spend that 1 day? I decided to go hiking. There is a trail called the Olamana Trail. It goes among 3 peaks, and then you have to hike back. And if you want to do the whole thing, it takes an entire day. When you reach the trailhead, where the trail begins, there's a sign warning you that 6 people have passed away on this trail in the last 12 years. And it starts with the most recent, which is less than a year ago. And it goes back to the first one in 2011. And that first person who passed away in 2011 was Ryan Suinaga, who we had the donut night for last night. He was a member of the Apple II community. He was a software developer. He was the editor of JuiceGS. He was on the KansasFest planning committee. He was the host of the A2 Unplugged podcast. And he was my friend. More than once on his way from Hawaii to Kansas City, he would stop in Boston, Massachusetts to visit me. Not exactly at work. And we got to hang out. He could be a real pain in the ass, to be honest, but he was also a good friend and very loyal. And I wanted to experience where he had spent his last day. The Olomouc Trail, as I mentioned, 6 people have passed away. All 6 fatalities happened after the first peak. I only hiked as far as the first peak before turning around. So I was in what you might consider a safe zone. Nonetheless, it was a little nerve-wracking. And although I have done a lot of hiking in my life, Yellowstone, Yosemite, etc., I'd never seen a trail like this. This was challenging. There were vertical climbs where there were ropes that were positioned into the mountain to pull yourself up because there was no way you were getting up without them. I'd never been on a trail like that. And it was just as challenging coming down as well. The thing is, though, that I started that trail completely alone. I was traveling by myself. The digital nomad lifestyle lends itself to a lot of solitary experiences. And when I stepped foot on that trail, I was by myself, just like Brian was when he passed away. But by the time I had gotten back to the trailhead at the end of my hike, I had accumulated a gaggle of hikers who were all with me. And they all knew what I was going through that day. And they were all there to support me. And some of them went home and donated in Ryan's memory. And so I was not alone. I was never alone. As a member of the Apple II community, I never am. Which brings me back to why I've been doing this lifestyle and what it's meant to me. I started by saying that the Apple II, growing up as a user of it, made it really hard for me to engage in this lifestyle. But that's not all it's done for me. I've gotten to see a lot of Apple II users in my travels, from Alabama to Nebraska to Chicago to Colorado to Texas to Australia. And in all these people that I've met, some who I'd seen before, some who I hadn't seen in 20 years, and some whom I'd never met, there's something I've realized about the Apple II community. Something that we're really good at and which we actively strive for. And whether it's represented in something like the Ethernet card, the retro connector keyboard adapter, or KansasFest itself, 2 things we are really good at is adaptation and connection. So what I've been trying to do as an Apple II user traveling the world is make every single day count. Because you don't know where your friends are until you get to see them again. You don't know when that opportunity will present itself unless you seek it out. And life isn't always waiting for you in the same place every day. So if you would like to follow my travels and see a complete itinerary of where I've been and where I'm going, you can find me on the web at roadbits.net. That's my travel blog. And from here, I'm going to be, in a couple of hours, getting in my car and driving to Covington, Kentucky, where I will spend the next month, right across the river from Cincinnati. Then I'm going to go off to Washington, D.C. for 4 days to attend WordCamp US, down to Atlanta for 2 weeks to go to Dragon Con with John Leake, who is attending KansasFest this year. Back up to Western Massachusetts to spend time with my brother and his family for 2 months. Off to Spain for a week for work. And then down to Connecticut to spend Thanksgiving and Christmas with my cousin, who I would like to get to know better because she's on my dad's side of the family, and ever since my dad passed, I try to treasure those connections. And then off to dog sitting in Massachusetts, cat sitting in Vermont, and after that, who knows? But I know that wherever I go along the way, there will be Apple II users. So thank you. Any questions?
Fantastic. That was excellent. Ken is here. Let me bring him on screen. Hello, Ken.
Hello, can you see me? Barely, I'm
I
in the
can.
dark.
Hopefully everybody else can. So if you have questions, I think you've been reading questions as they've been happening. So you could respond to those, or maybe there are new ones coming in.
Sure. Just for people who are not reading the answers in Discord, somebody asked, how am I able to work internationally? The answer is my company allows me to be out of the country for up to 90 days, after which they would have to transition me from employee to contractor status, which would have implications for my healthcare and other benefits. But within 90 days, I can travel internationally. I spent 5 weeks working from Budapest in Hungary this past winter. I roughly had to work East Coast hours of the United States, so that was 2 to 10 p.m. locally in Budapest. But yeah, it was a lot of fun to be able to be outside the country for such an extended period, which I've never done before. Any other? That was, I think, the only question in the chat. Are there any other new questions? Somebody did ask me if I had found the nuclear vessels in Alameda, and I did. And I actually wrote a whole blog post about it. I found the specific street corners that were used to shoot those scenes in Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. And I was actually able to recreate some of the scenes with a friend of mine. So that was a lot of fun. Let's see, I see 3 people typing in Discord. It might just be awesome chat, awesome presentation. How much
Yes,
Apple
there
II
were a lot
hands-on
of those.
time? Yeah, I actually, so since I do have a Prius, which is a relatively small car, I don't travel with Apple II hardware, unfortunately. I rely on emulation on my MacBook. So I don't get a lot of hands-on time with the Apple II, but I do have a lot of time with Apple II users, more than I ever did before, to be honest. It used to be the only time I'd see Apple II users was at KansasFest, and now I see them year round. I've never slept in my car, to answer Darren Crawford's question. I should have been more explicit about my accommodations in the presentation. I use long-term Airbnbs. A lot of them give monthly discounts up to 80% if you stay at least 28 nights. And I also use a website called Trusted House Sitters, which I use to find long-term pet sitting. I spent 6 weeks last winter dog sitting in Golden, Colorado, taking care of 2 10-year-old pit bulls in their own home, which was a lot less stress for them than being boarded or kenneled. So if anybody wants a referral link for a discount off that site, I can drop that in the Discord. Any visa requirements? I don't tell people that, like, when I go through customs, I just say, you know, I'm here for pleasure, here for fun. I don't say I'm there for business. There are a lot of countries that offer digital nomad visas, but that is usually for people, in my experience, who are self-employed. And I have an employer. I have a full-time job. They have entities at countries throughout the world, such as Ireland, for example. So I could go be an Irish employee of them if I wanted to move to that country. Do I have a fixed address for tax purposes? Yes, legally, I live with my mother. I have not actually lived with my parents for about 30 years, but when I left my old apartment with the landlord who was unkind to me, I put all my stuff into a storage unit and I changed my driver's license to my mother's address with her permission. So I vote in Massachusetts, I pay taxes in Massachusetts, I get all my mail in Massachusetts, and once a month, my brother, who lives near my mother, packages all my mail and just sends it to wherever I am. I just give him an address. There are a lot of companies in South Dakota that will do that for you, because to become a resident of South Dakota requires only 1 night stay. So you stay at the hotel, bring your receipt to the town clerk, boom, you're a resident. They have some of the lowest state income taxes in the country, no annual vehicle inspection fee. So it's a really good deal. And one of the reasons I didn't do that is because I'd have to give up my vanity plate in Massachusetts, and the plate juiced is not available in South Dakota. So that just wasn't worth it for me. What do I miss most about the brick and mortar lifestyle? Not much, to be honest. This is actually much more affordable. I'm saving a lot of money living this way. So I'm, you know, some people say they need to save up money so that they can travel someday. I'm doing both, which is pretty awesome. So I really enjoy that. Landlord sounds like a yes, he is a jerk. Let's see. I think that's, do I have any? I think that's most of the questions. I'm reading both the Discord and the Zoom chat. If I ever come down to Brazil, I need to hit somebody up, I will do that. I haven't been to South America in a while. I did go to Peru with some KansasFest alumni 11 years ago, had a great time. And I think I'm almost out of time, so I'll just say the cliffhanger that I forgot to resolve in my presentation at Kansas City last week, in which nobody has asked about either in Kansas City or in chat, is I did get my scale back. Stavros brought it to me at KansasFest last year, 2.5 years later, after I forgot it, once we were finally able to see each other again in a pandemic. So I now know how much I weigh.
I very much approve of the comment in there that it was weighing on their mind.
Good. And that comment comes from the person I was saying who, when I arrived at his door, he looked over his shoulder and said, "Honey, kids, it's Ken Gagney." And then we spent an hour standing outside 6 feet apart chatting. So Huxley, always good to see you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we're basically at the end of the time. Thank you. That was a great talk and a great Q&A.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's see. So we have made it to the end of day one of whatever this is, A2 forever. I never know how to pronounce that, II EPROM, and KansasFest 2023. So I guess there's maybe just a couple things to say. Tomorrow, the day runs about the same time, same Zoom link, same webinar link. The Discord will be open between now and then, and then it's open 24 hours. Includes video audio channels if you want to self-organize to chat or play games or whatever it is you want to do in Discord within the code of conduct. And otherwise, yeah, thanks everybody for making it through a fairly long day, but I think a fairly interesting one. Don't forget that there are videos to watch in advance of the question and answer periods tomorrow, and amongst other things. We also have Dave Ottolady coming back tomorrow to let us speak to him about him and his work as well. So anyway, okay, so thanks everyone. See you in the morning.